Does it have sufficient resources now? Were the findings shared with JPARA so that it could use them to address any systemic issues that were revealed? And if not, is that the current practice followed by the regulator? Commissioners, at this point, before calling Ms Nolene Heusler as the first witness, I should tender the Mitcham case study tender bundle, which contains 264 documents.
Yes, the Mitcham tender bundle will be Exhibit 5-8.
And Commissioners, I neglected to mention that Mr Borski wants to indicate to the Commission that he is present and has leave to appear.
Yes, he has leave to appear in the matter insofar as it involves JPARA.
I'm here with Ms Norton, Mr Rudd, Instructor Barnell Buckley on behalf of JPARA Healthcare and a number of its current and former directors and officers.
Thank you, Mr Borski.
Commissioners, I call Nolene Heusler.
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And it's a simple typographical matter. In the second of those footnotes, number 2, there's a number in square brackets, the number 2. Should that be a reference to footnote 1?
Yes, it should.
And similarly, in footnote 3, the reference should be also to footnote 1.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you also wish to make a change to paragraph 258, Ms Heusler?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you'll find that on page 34. You'll note that there are page numbers both in the top right-hand corner and in the bottom right-hand corner, which fortunately line up for us.
Thank you.
Can you identify the change that you wish to make in 258?
It was only a little bit of wording there that, where is it? It says, over the years, and I do fully support future reform for increased ratios.
So it's the sentence, it's the second sentence of the paragraph which starts, while I remain grateful for their support over the years, and you would like to insert I after the word and?
Yes.
So that the statement would then read, while I remain grateful for their support over the years, and I fully support future reform for increased ratios, etc.
Yes, thank you.
With those changes to your statement, Ms Heusler, are the contents of the statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
I tender the statement of Ms Heusler, Commissioners.
Yes, the statement of Nolene Joy Heusler dated the 29th of May 2019 will be Exhibit 5-9.
Thank you, Commissioners. I should indicate, Commissioners, that there are identified in the statement of Ms Hoysler, Exhibit 5, 9, 29 exhibits to the statement, they are actually included in the general tender bundle, which has been tendered for the proceedings. I'm sorry, they're included in the case study tender bundle, Exhibit 5A. Ms Hoysler, you were born on the 14th of April 1960.
Yes.
And you're one of 5 children born to Clarence and Betty Hoysler.
Yes, I am.
And you grew up in the country, in a town called Morgan. Is that right?
Loved it, yes.
Tell us a bit about life in Morgan growing up with your parents.
It's a country town and very community orientated. We actually lived about 10 kilometres out of the township itself on a property called Cordell Fruit Growers, and that's where Dad basically spent his life raising us as kids, and I'm sure we were rebels at times, but generally we had a very good, happy life, and Mum and Dad strove very much to make sure that we had what we needed, and life was fun.
Hoysler sounds like it might be a German name, am I right?
That's true.
Was your father born in Australia?
Dad was, yes.
Okay. And he was an orchardist for a living?
Correct.
And ran the orchard.
Mm-hmm.
Did you assist in that as children?
Yes, we had to pick oranges quite often. We were taught how to drive the tractor, which Dad was very proud of doing those sort of things, so we could all be part and parcel of a team and help around the farm wherever we could.
Now, you're a nurse by training,
Yes, I am.
And what sort of nursing have you worked in?
Over 40 years I've been a registered nurse midwife. I've got a neonatal intensive care certificate, and I also work with paediatric intensive care children, so babies right through to 18 years of age, very vulnerable people in intensive care.
Tell us a bit about your relationship with your father, Ms Hoysler. Would you describe it as a close relationship as you were growing up?
It was a close relationship in the fact that we understood each other really well. We weren't sort of huggy, kissy type family, but I certainly knew when Dad was angry. I knew when he was happy. He had his little ways and idiosyncrasies that he used to do that was very much Dad. We had sort of a connection that over the years became a lot more between the two of us, because I suppose I left home at the age of 17 to go nursing, and so there was a gap between that and when Dad needed to go into care. So we rekindled what we had, I think, early in our years, and that became very worthwhile while he was in care.
Yes. Now, in 1991, your dad was diagnosed with dementia.
Around about that time, yes.
Around about that time. And at that point, all the children had left home?
They had done, yes. They had all grown up, adults, and off doing their own things.
Yep. And your dad was still in Morgan living with your mother?
Not in Morgan, on the farm outside of Morgan, yes. And Mum was Dad's carer.
Yes. You've anticipated my next question. So
Sure.
He had other health issues which were emerging around that time?
Yes, he had quite severe depression, and he was a diabetic, which was quite uncontrolled at the time too, so he had lots of needs.
Type 2 diabetes,
Type 2,
presumably.
yes.
All right. And you already told the commissioners that your mother looked after him at that time. Focusing on that early period, soon after that diagnosis of dementia, what did looking after your father involve for your mum?
All of his care needs during the day, because he couldn't make decision of his own. He could feed himself, he could walk around, he could do those sort of things, but he basically couldn't understand what he needed to be doing as a worthwhile contributor to life, as far as helping out on the farm or maintaining a work environment or anything along those lines. So he was basically at home in Mum's care.
Yes. And some 10 years or so later, your mother passed away.
That's correct.
And was that expected or was that sudden?
It was very sudden. She had a massive heart attack at home on the farm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And presumably then the family had to make a decision about how your dad would care for, given that he couldn't presumably care for himself.
Yes, which was a situation of its own because I was living in Adelaide. My younger sister was in Queensland. One of my brothers and sisters were in Roxby Downs, and our oldest brother, he was still in Morgan, but he had a very huge business that he was responsible for. So being on the farm 10 kilometres out of Morgan to try and care for Dad and keep him in his home just was a very difficult decision that we had to make a decision on.
Yes. Ultimately, a decision was made to put your father into residential care in Berry.
In Barmera.
Sorry, in
Barmera.
Barmera.
Not far from Berry.
Okay, thank you. And that's upriver from
That's
where
correct.
you'd all grown up.
Yeah.
Is that right? On the Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Your father had also, hadn't he, around this time fallen and broken his ankle quite severely?
That was prior to going into care.
Yes.
Because my sister had come down from Queensland to care for Dad at home while we tried to organise what we needed to from the farm so that we could first, fix up his finances, all those sort of things, and then get him into care.
Yes.
He accidentally slipped and fell in the shower at home and had a compound fracture of his right ankle. So he had to be hospitalised at Berry, not Barmera. And that's kind of was the catalyst to, we definitely had to get him into care because we couldn't keep him at home.
Yes. He was in care for some 12 months, and ultimately you decided to, or the family decided to move him to Adelaide?
It was probably more my decision.
Yes.
And that was on the grounds of the 12 months that Dad had been up there. The decision was made first off be at Barmera so that people locally could come and visit him.
Yes.
That essentially didn't actually happen very often, so I was travelling from Adelaide on my days off to see him, but over the period of time too, the facility actually changed from having their dementia patients intermingling with the other aged care residents that were there,
yes,
to having a separate wing, which they ended up having a locked wing for, and that was just the dementia patients. So we were told that they would always have staff available in there, and the type of patient resident that was in there, it didn't matter whether they had early dementia or whether it was right through to the end stage, and there was both passive and aggressive dementia patients within that environment.
Yes.
And Dad at that time was still quite cognitive with his abilities. He could play cards and do all those sort of things.
Yes.
And it just seemed to be he was mentally becoming worse for the longer that he spent there, and there was a number of times that I went up there and things had been taken from his room. There was reports that there was a aggressive dementia patient that had been using his walking stick to sort of hit people and things. So I had no ability to sort of know what was going on with Dad when I wasn't there. So
yes,
the decision was made with the family's approval to bring him to Adelaide closer to myself.
All right. And how did your father react to the move to the city for the first time in his life?
He wasn't very happy to start with for the fact that he didn't have a liking for the city. He was more of a country person, and that was one of the other reasons why we put him in Barmera first. But I had to explain to him that I was going to be his primary person to look out for him, and it was much better to have him closer to me, and that's when he went into Mitcham Residential Care, which was only 5 minutes from where I lived.
Now, I think we have a photo of your father taken at around the time of him moving first to Mitcham. It's tab 264 of the tender bundle. If that could please be brought up, operator. It's RCD, and there it is. Mm-hmm. Is that a photo of your father somewhere, no doubt, on the Murray?
It's actually at Manham, and that's very classic of Dad. He loved being on the river. He enjoyed the paddle boats. He was actually friends with a couple of the captains, so in his earlier days he used to help out actually fixing some of the engineering side of things there, and it was an opportunity. Dad had only been in care at Mitcham for about 2 years, and no, it wasn't even 2 years, that was 2003, and there was a flotilla of paddle boats coming down the Murray at the time, so we took him up to enjoy it.
Oh. And is that a wheelchair that he's in, or is it an ordinary chair?
No,
It's
he
an
was
ordinary
actually
chair.
walking then.
Yes.
He had like the Zimmer frame just for stability.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. If we can go back to the statement, please, operator. At the time that you made the move of your father into the Mitcham facility, it was originally run by a company called Whelan Care, or the correct name is Oakley Glen Proprietary Limited. Is that right?
That's right.
Can you describe to the Commission, and you've already done this a little, Ms Heusler, but a little bit more about your father's general state of health at that time when he moved into Mitcham, which was about 2001, is that right?
2002.
Sorry, 2002.
Yes, yeah.
And how was your dad at that time?
He could walk, as I said, with the frame. He played cards. He was happy doing the scoring. He could feed himself. He could drink without any sort of assistance. He was actually told off many times because he used to steal food. He was very happy to engage with other residents, and he made a number of good friends with residents that were there. He was involved in any of the activities, so he was able to communicate with people.
And can you tell us a little bit about Mitcham? How big was it? How many beds, Mitcham?
38 bed, and it's just a single level facility.
Right. And you, of course, had a long involvement with the facility. Did that remain the case, that there were that number of beds the entire time
Yes,
you
that
were
didn't
there?
change.
Right. Or your father was there?
Yeah.
And how would you describe the general level of care that your father received at that early time whilst the facility was under that management?
It was really well cared for, he was. He had all of his activities and things available to him that he could enjoy. His actual hygiene care was done very, very well. There was a lot of staff who had actually worked in the facility for a number of years, so over the years Dad became very aware of who they were, and it was lovely. I had no concerns at all, and I was quite comforted for the fact that he was in the facility, that they were caring for him very well.
Right. And how often were you visiting your father, on average, during this period?
Probably 4 or 5 times a week, depending on what my work schedule was.
Were your other siblings visiting as well, or was it mainly just you?
Because they lived a fair distance away, if they were in the city at any stage, occasionally my younger brother would, and my older sister, but my older brother, he didn't come down very often. My sister was in Queensland, so if she came to visit, she would do so, yes.
And in your experience, how did the management at that time respond if you raised any concerns about your father's care?
There was concerns raised, and they were usually dealt with quite well. I was given feedback, or they actually talked at the same time about what the concern was, how they could establish some sort of solution to it, and most times there was one.
Commissioners, I'm about to go on to a new topic. I'm not sure whether you'd like to treat the break we had as the morning break, or was it proposed to have a
No, I think
break?
we'll take the morning break because I'm informed that it may be necessary for a bit more technical work to be done.
Right.
The Commission will adjourn for 15 minutes.
Commissioner, please.
Commission is now adjourned until 11:35. All stand. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Rice.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms Häusler, we had reached the point in the chronology when your father's in the Mitcham facility and it's taken over by the operator that is being referred to as Japara, although it had a name change, which I won't trouble you with. That was in August of 2014. The change of ownership?
Yes.
Yeah. And can you describe to the Commissioners the state of your father's health at that time, please?
Dad's dementia had actually progressed quite significantly by that time.
Yes.
He had minimal ability to be able to communicate. He was bedridden. He was totally dependent on all his care needs to be met by staff. And he could still eat, but he had to be fed. He could actually just have a drink from a sipper cup that he had if it was in reach. But generally, he had deteriorated quite rapidly by that time.
Right. And what sort of assistance did he need for the daily tasks of life? You've talked about eating and assistance with... He could drink himself?
Yes, he could drink himself.
Yep. Right.
Yes. Sometimes he was a bit sort of unsteady with it and he'd drop it and those sort of things. But
yes.
Yeah, most times he wasn't too bad, but more often than not he would need assistance. So yeah, if they were feeding his lunch or whatever, offering it would be a good idea. If it wasn't in front of him, he had no idea where to sort of find it or if he could drink from anything if it wasn't there.
Right.
Yeah.
Had his weight changed over the time that he was in Mitcham?
It had quite significantly. As you saw in the 2003, he was quite a robust man.
Yes.
He had actually lost significant weight. I would say he was probably down to around about 70 odd kilos. I think he went in about 120.
Right.
So quite a difference, but a lot of that I kind of expected in the initial stage that would change because his eating habits were quite horrendous at home.
Right.
And so under controlled sort of circumstances that actually did improve. But there was a significant weight loss which I was alerted to in June of 2015. I'd actually been overseas for 4 weeks, and when I got back, the staff had said they were concerned that he'd had quite a weight loss over that period of time. And so we tried to improve on what his dietary needs were, and I added high proteins, good fats and those sort of things into his diet through using additional almond meal, Parmesan cheese and those sort of things into his diet that he was having. So yeah, there was a concern for that weight loss at that period of time.
Yes. Did the operation of the facility from your perspective change with the change of ownership?
Initially, it seemed to be running quite nicely and all the same. They kept on the same staff, and so that was good. There was no obvious change, but over a period of a few months, there seemed to be a number of staff did leave. The care seemed to change within that same sort of period of time with new people coming in. There seemed to be an increased requirement, again gradually, but definitely over a period of time to rely on agency staff to come in and assist. So yes, those changes made a difference to the care that was being delivered.
The facility manager, who you say in your statement, Ms Shepherd, the previous facility manager stayed on after the change of ownership?
Yes, she did.
For a period of some months, is that right?
She did. I think it was July that she left.
Right. And she was ultimately replaced by Ms Musico?
Correct.
All right. Apart from those changes to staffing that you've discussed, were there changes to the care that flowed from those changes that you're able to describe, or or not?
The actual care plans didn't change dramatically. Dad's needs for what he was requiring assistance for didn't actually change a lot, but there was a obvious change in, certainly from an incontinence care perspective, that what was on the care plan, what was being told to me, as I would understand too, that there was a degree and a quality of care that should have been delivered. That was all in writing, but Dad's actual skin integrity was compromised, and over a number of months was continuing to develop issues. And throughout that time, I was having meetings with management to ask them why there was this discrepancy between what should be being done, and Dad's outcomes, because he never had any problems prior to that with wheeling care. And again, like I said, he was totally dependent, so there was a certain degree to be expected, but it just didn't seem to be resolved.
All right. Can I just clarify the time frame we're talking about? In your statement at paragraph 66, you say, from early January 2015, I began to develop serious concerns about my father's safety and well-being at Mitcham. Do you see that? Paragraph 66 on page 8.
Yes, I do see that.
Are those concerns what you've just been describing to us, or are they something else?
That is part of the concerns. There was also an issue with a developed pressure sore on his right ankle over the area where he'd had plates and pins put in for correcting the fracture that he sustained prior to going into care, but that was many, many years earlier.
Yes.
And there was also a chronic toenail infection that he had, which didn't seem to be, from my perspective, being attended to or anything done with it. So those were some of the issues. There was a number of times where Dad had unusual bruising, which didn't have any sort of answer to as to how that could have occurred.
Yes.
With Dad being totally bedridden, it was unusual for the fact that he could actually do it to himself, or most of it was dismissed because they didn't have any evidence as to how it was caused. He also, over that period of time, changed in how he was responding to me. We used to have really good eye contact. I could ask him yes and no questions, and so there was an overall deterioration in his well-being as well as his demeanour.
All right. Just pick up on something you've just said about your communication. Your father at this time, 2015, is non-verbal?
Correct, mostly.
Mostly?
He could have the yes and no every now and then, and he would have periods at different times, and I don't know what stimulated it, but he would have very lucid periods of a couple of hours some days, but he would just prattle on about what he used to do on the farm. You couldn't actually engage with him throughout his conversations and things like that, but it was just an internal thing that seemed to come every now and then, but then he would be totally non-verbal otherwise.
Okay. And as far as your communications with him, can you describe them for the Commissioners in a bit more detail? How did you communicate with your father?
A lot of it was through eye contact. I could see when he was when I was talking to him, he would sort of raise his eyebrows. Sometimes, like I said, there was a yes or a no nod. Not all the time did I believe that the yes and no's were correct, and so on the times when I felt that perhaps that wasn't correct, I'd ask him a question that I knew had to have a correct answer to it, and he was fine sometimes, and other times he wasn't. So he was variable, but there was a lot of communication just through holding hands, those sort of things that I understood he was comfortable, and certainly just his body language and demeanour made a big difference from one time to another.
Now, paragraph 73 of your statement on page 9, you say that your father's demeanour changed at around this time, and from earlier on that page, it's about August of 2015 that we're now concerned with. Mm-hmm. How did it change? Can you describe?
Again, the ability to connect with him visually he would more so, rather than sort of concentrate on what I was saying to him like he did before, he'd sort of look and then he'd look away. He, at different times, had tears in his eyes, which was very unusual for Dad. I asked him a number of times, was he feeling well? Was something wrong? He couldn't actually answer those questions with any sort of degree of clarity.
Yes.
But that was a change. There was also, he just sort of shut down. There was no interest. I used to often sit and read to him. He seemed not to be sort of interested in hearing what I was reading to him. And there was a lot of times that when I come in and he was in his room, he'd sort of be curled up in a little fetal position, and he was reluctant, even when I sort of approached him or spoke to him, to sort of come out of that like he would normally, if I come into the room, he would respond.
It was at about this time that you decided to install a video camera in your father's room to film the events in the room.
It was, and I had actually become very concerned and suspicious of one of the employees, who it seemed to be around the times that he was on shift. I didn't know whether he was actually caring for Dad directly or not, but when he was around, Dad seemed to have these moments of worsening compared to other times. And initially, it was one of the male stuff, and he was very good with Dad. I felt he was very caring, and he seemed to have a nice demeanour about him in caring, but over a period of time that seemed to change in, if I saw him in the corridor, he would sort of avoid me, or if, I don't know, it was just a feeling I had, and I was concerned that he may have been doing something that was affecting Dad's wellbeing.
And I understand from that, correct me if I'm wrong, that was the motivation for putting the camera in.
It was part of the motivation, but mostly for the fact that the other issues that I've mentioned weren't improving when I was being told that the care was being delivered. So to me, there was no other way of knowing exactly what care Dad was getting, how it was being delivered, and why Dad was deteriorating like he was. So I decided that the camera was the only way that I knew what was happening in his room.
Now, the camera was in place for about 10 days.
8 days.
8 days altogether. Mm-hmm. During that time, it was filming continuously, was it? Is that how it operated?
It was a continuous little video, but it was only sort of during the day. There was no night vision on it.
Understand. Mm. And was your practice to take the disc out of the camera so that you could then play it at home to
That's
see
correct.
what was recorded?
It had a little SD card in it, which was capturing the images.
Card, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, what I would like to do now, Ms Heusler, is ask the operator to play some film in relation to 3 dates, the 31st of August, the 1st of September and the 9th of September. And after each of the pieces of footage, I'm going to ask it to be paused, then I'll ask you some questions about it, and then we'll go on to the next piece of footage.
Okay.
The Commission has been advised that some of the footage that's about to be aired is very confronting, and I simply wish to advise those in the hearing room and those watching this proceeding online that is the case, lest any of you may wish not to watch it.
Thank you, Commissioner Tracy. So if the first piece of footage could be brought up, it's tab 261 in the tender bundle, and it's from the 31st of August 2015. pause there for a moment. That footage was filmed on the 31st of August 2015, Ms Heusler, is that right?
That's right.
And obviously that's your father in the bed.
Yes, it
and
is.
the gentleman who's making the bed is Mr Corey Lucas.
Could I ask that we don't call him a gentleman? Thank you. But yes, it is Corey Lucas.
Yep. And when you saw that footage, was that on the night of the 31st of August?
That may not have been, I can't recall exactly whether I saw that on that particular night. Like I said, I worked night duty.
Yep.
Often I would go in there and get it, not necessarily see it that night. So
I won't ask you to guess about that. It was soon after it was filmed that you saw it.
Soon after it happened, yes.
And did you consider raising what you'd seen with management of the facility?
I didn't specifically raise that because previously there has been issues raised on believing that Dad wasn't actually being treated fairly, with dignity, and so to me that wouldn't have made any difference.
The next small video clip, and I should indicate these are very small edited clips from a much longer piece of film, which we've chosen because of the time constraints the Commission's under. The next piece of film is tab 262, which I would ask to be played, please. And this is the 1st of September 2015. And that footage on the 1st of September 2015 once again shows your father in the bed with a different care worker.
Yes, it is.
A female care worker. And you did make a formal complaint after seeing that footage.
Yes, I did.
And why did you decide to complain after that, after you saw that?
Because as you mentioned, that was only a small segment of the footage. Dad, at that period of time, had had a reassessment and was deemed a risk of aspiration with not being fed correctly. So the positioning of father was very important, the way he was fed and the time frame that was given to him to actually eat properly was certainly where he was at that period of time, and the rest of that video shows that he was put at risk quite significantly for aspiration while that carer was feeding him.
Now the complaint that you made, I'd ask you to look please, sorry, I'll withdraw that. Initially you raised it verbally with the staff at Mitcham, your concerns?
The night that I actually saw the video, I rang the facility and asked who the person was because I had no idea of her previously caring for Dad, so I believe that she didn't know Dad very well. The staff member couldn't give me the name. I was going to work that particular night, so I actually documented what was on the video and I delivered that to the facility the following day as a report in letter form.
Right. I ask you to look please, I ask to be brought up tab 39 from the tender bundle. Now some personal details have been redacted from that, as you can see. But do you still recognise that as the written complaint you made to the facility about the incident on the 1st of September 2015?
That's correct.
All right. And we can see about a quarter of the way down the page there, this is your handwriting, I take it, Ms.
It
Worsley?
is.
And you've written re-agency nurses rough contact whilst feeding father PM shift 19:15.
Yes.
You see that about a quarter of the way down the page.
Yeah.
And then you detail there the complaint that you're making, the description of what you had seen on the video.
Yeah.
You, of course, weren't present in the room during any of that occurring. The only basis for this concern was what you'd seen on the video.
That's true.
Yes, okay. And we can see and read, I won't ask you to read through the description of that, but it's a narrative description of what you'd seen on the video. And then if we go to the second page, please. You said at the top of the page there, I welcome you to send a copy of this letter to the agency. If I can just pause there. You understood that the carer was actually employed by an agency rather than directly by Japara?
Yes, because of what she was wearing.
Yep. And you went on, and I'm more than happy to discuss this further with them and the nurse involved if it's necessary. And then you said, my gut feeling is there is a lot more silent misconduct of residents who are secluded in their rooms and non-verbal, and who are then subjected to some staff, in brackets, who don't have their heart in the right place to care for fragile, dependent residents. What was the basis of that gut feeling, Ms. Heusler?
A number of things. Certainly for what Dad was showing and demonstrating to me, that he wasn't being looked after very well. I, over those period of years, had made quite good friends with a number of residents and their families, and there were other people who were saying that they had concerns about their relatives, but they had no proof of what their concerns were, and so there was an understanding from some of those people, in my view, as well as what I was experiencing through Dad's eyes, that there was misconduct that had been silenced, and most times because the people who were telling me their stories also had a wife in both cases that was probably one not as dependent as Dad, but one that was.
All right. Now, a few days later, or possibly early the following week, you received a written response to this complaint dated the 5th of September.
That's
Is that
correct,
right?
in the mail.
Yes, in the mail. In that period between hand delivering your complaint and receiving the letter in the mail, did anyone in a position of authority at Mitcham or from Japara talk to you about the concerns, and particularly that gut feeling that you described there?
No, I had no contact in that period of time, and to the point where it was, I think, a couple of days that I felt I should have got some sort of a response, so that's why I went to ask.
Right. So I want to ask you about an aspect of the evidence we understand will be given later today by Ms. Reid. There's an issue with the sound, I'm instructed, and I think if we move the microphone it will be of assistance.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Ms. Heusler. We understand that evidence will be given later today by Julie Reid from Japara to the effect, and this is paragraph 71 of her statement for the benefit of my learned friend, to the effect that she spoke to a quality manager called Narelle Wood during the period of time we're talking about, and she will say that Ms. Wood spoke to you during this period about your gut feeling. Do you have any recollection of such a conversation?
No, not at all.
All right. If it helps, she says the conversation happened at the facility at Mitcham? No.
No.
All right. Returning to the sequence of of events. You put in the written complaint, and between putting it in and receiving the letter in response, as you've told us, there was no discussion with you. No one, for example, asked you how you were able to describe those events?
No, they didn't.
All right. I just want to ask you to look at tab 40, please, in the tender bundle. It's a letter dated the 5th of September 2015 to you, and you'll see it's headed letter dated the 2nd of September 2015 relating to issues at Mitcham RCF, agency nurses' rough conduct while assisting your father, and so on. That's the letter, or a copy of the letter that you received in response to your written complaint?
Yes, it is.
Right. Thank you. Did you have a meeting on the 8th of September with the facility manager, Ms. Musico, about your concerns?
I did, but it wasn't a set meeting.
Right.
I'd actually gone in there thinking, because there had been a changeover of the facility managers at the time. There was a few different ones that within a short period of time. Because I hadn't actually had much of a response to that, I went to the acting clinical nurse, I think she was at the time, to ask her whether I could actually be in touch with the agency and was there anything further that had happened. And she said that they had been in contact with the agency, that the agency staff member denied actually feeding Dad and that she wasn't there. And I said, well, I'm very suspicious of that. And I said, so I need to actually speak to somebody. And at that time, I'd actually brought the photos in with me of the previous bruising and the couple of the other issues that had happened, because I thought, well, the people that were there as far as the management, they didn't know Dad, and so they need to have an understanding as to why I was concerned.
And how would you describe your relations with the management at Japara at this time?
At that time, again, because we'd had a number of concerns raised, I didn't feel as though we were having sufficient resolve for any of that. The relationships had actually become a little bit strained. I felt I had still a good communication with Rachel one-on-one, but Di Jones, who was the quality manager, I felt that she was a little bit more resistant to any things that we were wanting to address.
Yes.
And I felt there was also upper management doing strategic control of a lot of what was being brought up as concerns, trying to find resolutions to.
All right. I'll ask you a little bit more about that at the moment, but now I'd like to turn to the third incident, the third piece of the footage, which is on the 9th of September 2015. Before showing that, did you visit your father in the afternoon of the 9th of September?
The afternoon of the 9th of September, yes.
Yes. And how did he appear to you?
It was late afternoon.
Yes.
He was in bed in his room. There was not anything of concern going on that I could sort of see. I went around to Dad to sort of speak to him. He didn't want to respond to me. He was sort of curled up in the bed with the sheet partially sort of over and around him. And when he looked up, he had tears in his eyes. He had bloodshot eyes, and I held his hand and I said, "Are you okay?" And he didn't look okay.
Would you like to have a break, Ms. Horsley?
No, I'm fine.
Just take your time. I'm sure it would be no trouble if we had a brief break, if you would like to.
No, I'll continue. I became quite concerned then that I didn't know what was wrong. He had actually had his dinner, and so I couldn't quite get him to communicate anything with me. I asked him a few questions, but he wouldn't answer me. So I said to him, I'll try and make him more comfortable. I asked him if he had any pain. He wouldn't say so. I did what I normally did, just check that his incontinence pad was dry. I think I changed him, I can't remember. I repositioned him and I stayed with him. I read to him, put some music on and waited for about an hour and a half till he was what I felt comfortable for me to leave. And so, yeah, I left, but very concerned with how I'd found him.
You removed the card from the video recorder and took it home, and you watched the video recording from that day at home. And I'd ask the operator please to play tab 263. Just to be clear, Ms Häusler, they were 4 edited pieces of footage, all taken on the 9th of September 2015.
That's correct. It was over about a 25-minute period.
Yeah. And in the bottom right-hand corner of the footage, there's a timestamp. Are you able to say whether or not that depicts the actual time that the recording was made?
It was actually out by an hour, but I didn't know how to adjust it because it was, on a different time to Adelaide time.
All right. Excuse me, Ms Häusler. Commissioners, I just indicate we've prepared a table which I'll provide to my learned friends to see if it can be handed up as an agreed document, which tries to match the actual time with the time that's shown on the video. We haven't given you that, have we? No, I will. Okay. Ms Häusler, how did you feel at home that night when you saw that footage?
terrible. I had no idea that someone could possibly do that. I felt for Dad in the fact that I didn't protect him sufficiently. And it was about 7:30 at night. I wasn't too sure what to do first. I didn't know whether Corey was still on shift or going to return, and I thought about ringing the facility, but then I thought I knew that this certainly was a huge issue, so I went down to the police station and presented it to them.
And what did the police officers do? Sorry, did you say you provided them with the footage?
Yes, I did.
Did you watch it together with them at that time?
No, I presented it to the constable at the desk first off, who said that he couldn't view it because it was illegal to put a camera in the private room. I said, you need to see it. So I asked him to view it first before he made a decision further. He did that, and within a couple of minutes he said, I need to take this to the detectives, and that's what he did.
All right. And is that how things were left between you and the police on that night?
Sorry,
Is that how things were left on that night between you and the police, that he would take it to the detectives?
No, the detectives viewed it.
Yes.
They came out and they spoke to me. They said that they need to have any other footage that I had that I can give to them, which I did. And they said to me not to say anything to anybody, that the detectives would be apprehending Corey Lucas as soon as they could.
All right.
And not to say anything to anybody.
Did they put an end time period on that stipulation, not to say anything to anybody? Do you recall?
There wasn't a time stipulation, but the understanding was until he was apprehended.
That was your understanding?
My understanding of what they were
Yes,
saying,
thank
which
you.
made sense.
Now, there was a meeting the next morning at the Mitcham facility at which you and the police attended.
That's correct.
Yeah. Did you come together?
No, I was actually at the facility at about 7:30 in the morning because
Yes.
I was concerned for Dad and I wanted to stay with him, knowing the state that he was in the evening before as well. So I went in and I did his cares and I stayed with him until I was of the impression that the detectives would be at the facility at some time, but I didn't know when, and it was around about 9 o'clock that I was asked to go to the office with the detectives.
At that meeting were the two detectives, is that right?
That's correct.
Julie Reid from Japara,
Yeah.
yourself, Rachel Musico, the facility manager, and in Ms Wong, who was a senior employee at Mitcham.
Yeah, I believe
Is that
she was in the acting clinical nurse role at the time.
Yes. And the final person Ms Wood, a quality manager from Japara, was also there?
Yes.
All right. The final person you've listed in paragraph 117 of your statement, if that could please be brought up, operator, on page 0015. You've identified Diane Jones, a quality manager, as being present at the meeting. Ms Jones has provided a statement to the Commission in which she responds to that, says that she was elsewhere that day and wasn't present at that meeting. Is it possible that you're mistaken about Ms Jones's presence?
I actually went back over my notes because the documentation that you're speaking about there was the part of the submission that I wrote earlier this year. And so the typed notes on, the typed notes I had that Di Jones was present, but when I went back to my original handwritten notes, it wasn't Di Jones that the reference was to, it was actually Narelle Wood.
Okay.
So Di Jones wasn't there, and I apologise for that.
Thank you for that clarification. Did the police, the detectives speak first at the meeting? Is that how events transpired? Do you remember?
I couldn't be specific.
All right. At some point, though, they did talk to the Japara management.
Yes, yes.
And are you able to summarise what it is that they said, not asking you to recall word for word.
Sure. They just indicated that obviously they had received this footage, that it was yesterday, that it was one of the employees here, Corey Lucas, and that they were going to show the video footage to management.
Yes.
And that they had not apprehended him at that point in time.
The footage, I take it the footage was shown during the meeting?
It was incomplete, yes.
And it was footage that was from the 9th of September, including the footage that we've shown in the hearing room today?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately how long the clip was that was
approximately
shown?
25 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes.
All right. And did someone speak on behalf of Japara at the meeting? Do you recall?
Julie Reid was the main person that spoke, yes.
Okay. And are you able to summarise what she said?
She was horrified to see what she saw. She said that this shouldn't have happened. She stated that she was concerned and asked the detectives whether this would go to the media along those lines. I don't know the specific wording that she used at the time, but her initial thoughts were that there was going to be an issue with the media, that I obviously was not to put a camera back in Dad's room, and that what I had done really had breached a number of acts. And I think probably that was kind of most of what was said. And that she then presented that there will be changes, obviously, to protect Dad.
And you've listed those changes that were announced at paragraph 122 of your statement. There were 4, perhaps if I could go through them. Firstly, Lucas was not to return to the facility.
That's correct.
Secondly, your father was to be moved to a visible area in his bed or chair and not to be isolated in his room.
Yep.
2 staff were to attend your father's care at all times.
Correct.
And your father was to be examined by the general practitioner for any injuries.
Yes.
And were each of those steps actioned by Japara?
Yes, they were.
All right. You saw your father on the following day, the 11th of September. Mm-hmm. And are you able to describe to the Commissioner how he presented to you? What did you think when you saw him?
The previous day I'd actually told Dad that I had reported the incident and that I knew what had happened, and the person that was involved in it would no longer be at the facility. So I said, I apologised to Dad what had happened. And so the following day when I was in there, as in the next day that you're speaking of,
yes.
He seemed a little bit more relaxed. He was happy to respond to me, but he still, to me, was distressed to a degree, yes.
One of the other steps that was taken by Japara was the offer to you of some counselling sessions.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And is the case, isn't it, that you attended the counsellor? There were some logistical difficulties with clarifying that even though you were not an employee, you were still entitled to the counselling?
Yeah, initially they hadn't had correct communication, I think it was, to understand that the counselling had been offered to me because I wasn't an employee.
Yes. And did the counselling, was it of any assistance to you?
The first time that I spoke to the person that was allocated to me, she was excellent. She was really good. She was compassionate. She listened to what was happening. She gave me sort of some pointers on how to sort of look after myself, and that was okay. And we then made another appointment for the second meeting, of which I can't remember what time frame that was, but the next time round she seemed to be a lot more disengaged in the fact that she had a lot of things happening. She actually said there was a time frame that she was on and was there something I could help you with. So she wasn't as engaging as what she was the first time round. And then the third time we made arrangements the second time for the third connection, and when she rang me that particular day she inferred that she couldn't remember why she had this in her diary, but it was to contact me and am I okay? And so I kind of sort of felt after that period of time there really wasn't a good support happening from that perspective, so I just said that's fine, I'll look after myself.
Did you seek alternative counselling?
Yes, I did.
And was that of assistance
It was,
to you?
yes. I went to my GP a little while after this because I wasn't coping. And yeah, we arranged counselling privately.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask you about your relations with the other staff members in the period following the events that we've been discussing. You've said in your statement you were attending Mitcham more often and for longer periods of time than you'd normally attended there. Is that right?
That's correct, and it was because I was of the understanding that staff were not going to be told of the incident, and so I felt it was my duty really to be more diligent with being there for Dad, to support him and assist where I could. The staff that normally were doing what they had to do had no idea what had happened, so to me I was kind of the one that really needed to be able to assess and have an understanding of how Dad was relating after the actual incident.
You've related in your statement some, perhaps hostility is too strong a word, but some difficulties in your relations with some of the staff members, the carers, during this period. Can you tell the Commissioners about what that experience was?
It actually became very fractured because they didn't know why I was there. I was being more diligent to attending to Dad's care, and in doing that, bringing up issues. Staff, I was actually labelled the smiling assassin. There was a lot of things behind the scenes that were being said because Corey Lucas had actually groomed a lot of the people that he worked with his colleagues. He'd made good friends with them, and I believe that with his leaving, there was suspicion and nobody knew why he had to leave, but there was an understanding, and it was quite obvious because of what had happened after the 9th, that it was related to Dad and myself. And so they didn't know what had actually happened, and so they made a lot of assumptions. And I believe that there was a finger pointed at me because I'd actually got Corey sacked and they didn't know why.
And did you raise this issue with management, that is the issue of the staff not knowing about the assaults and not knowing the reason why?
There were a couple of meetings that I did ask them that somehow, some means that the staff needed to understand what had happened to make the whole situation a little bit easier.
Come back to that topic in a moment, but in the meantime there was a criminal charge and a criminal process that took place in relation to Corey Lucas.
Yeah, that was over 10 months.
And ultimately he was sentenced, we know, on the 6th of June 2016, the following year. Did you provide a victim impact statement as part of that process?
Yes, I did.
And without needing to go to it, Commissioners, the magistrate's sentencing decision is in the materials at tab 215, but I don't need to take Ms Heusler to it. In your statement, you explain some overall impressions you made from looking at the video recording across those 8 days. And I've taken you to the 3 specific parts of it, which obviously depict some very distressing material. But can you tell the Commissioners what your overall sense was from looking at the many hours of video footage in your father's room?
There was a combination. There was a lot of good care that I saw, a lot of compassionate staff that went over and above what they needed to make sure that Dad was comfortable and that he had all his needs met. There was a lot of complacency and non-compliance in delivering Dad's care as far as how the care plan was structured and exactly how the care was being delivered, so not wearing gloves and those sort of things, not using slip sheets for doing repositioning of Dad, so there was a lot of pushing and pulling. The sling, when they applied the sling for Dad, they incorrectly applied it, and there was a previous incident where he had quite a severe bruising on one of his inner thighs from exactly that same thing. That caused quite a bit of contention even when I was in the room. There was a couple of times that they didn't do that correctly. I raised the concern, and then that was actually seen as me intimidating staff. But on the video, there was a combination of good and bad practice, and certainly the other footage that we've seen.
Thank you. Did you see any footage of staff members eating your father's food? Between myself and the management, which I believed wasn't going to successfully give us an outcome that Dad required, and I believed then that the next step was to go to ARIS and ask for assistance. Yes. Those care needs, they were the matters that you raised earlier, the care of the right ankle wound, the nail infection, toenail infection, meetings. Do you recall?
I actually believe I asked for them at one stage because we were having meetings, and I suppose I was under a lot of duress at the time as well, and I couldn't remember a lot of the things that we had actually covered, what we were going to put in as far as plans, even though sometimes care plans had been changed, and I just wanted documentation to understand where we're at with it, and it was, to me, a situation. These meetings were of considerable concern, and they needed to be minuted.
Ms Jones has attached to her statement, we understand she'll give evidence later today in accordance with this,
that were in the folders for Dad's care. So yes, that would have been around about that time.
After the first meeting that you had with the ARIS representative and the managers from Chapara, did you get a sense of whether they were of assistance?
What the Aged Care Act was all about, so he knew what the expectations of care would be. And so to me, I felt that we had the right combination of people to ultimately give benefit to what Dad's needs were.
Now, a few days after that first meeting, which as you described was helping in rebuilding the relationship, you received an email from Ms Reid, and I'll ask that tab 177 be brought up, please, operator. And can I just clarify that this is a copy of the email that you received on the 9th of November 2015?
It's in a bit of a different format, but yes, the content of it is correct.
All right, it's been redacted to some extent. You'll see that it says, Dear Nolene, thank you for your email, re our website and a policy re video surveillance in residence rooms. And if I just pause there in the reading, it seems you'd written asking for some information from Ms Reid. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall an email, but I know when we first met after the incident with the detectives, after she'd actually accused me of breaching the Surveillance Act, I did actually ask her for information from a legal perspective of where that was documented and what it actually said. But I don't remember sending an email for this, no.
You'll see that she went on in the email to tell you there wasn't a policy on the website, and then, and I quote, it has clearly been explained to you on numerous occasions that by covertly filming in a residence room you would be seriously breaching multiple acts, including but not exclusive to the Aged Care Act 1997 and the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And if I could just end the quote there, that she was right in one sense, wasn't she, that had been said to you on previous occasions by her? Is that right?
Yes.
Did you, having received that email from her, consider whether that was of assistance or not in the rebuilding of the relationship that you were undertaking with her subordinates, Ms Musico and Ms Jones?
Because this was November, the incident happened in September.
Yes.
And I had asked, I probably persisted, not necessarily asked, persisted in the fact that Dad needed to be protected because he was unable to defend or speak up for himself, and that there was no guarantee, the way the facility was run, the geographics of where Dad's room was, that he could be protected 100%, and they actually said that they could not guarantee that. So I persisted in asking at different occasions that I would, in time, once I realised what the legal requirements were, where I stood from Dad's perspective, that a camera should go back into his room. I was quite definite about that.
Now, there were several more meetings, and I won't take you to each of them, but I do want to ask you about one other piece of correspondence that you received, and this is behind tab 72. If the operator could please bring that up. Once again, there's a bit of redaction there, but can you recognise that as a further communication in writing from Ms Reid on the 9th of December 2015?
Yes, it was.
And you'll see in the fourth paragraph there, Ms Reid said, "It is also unlawful for you to keep our staff under surveillance without their permission and with the intention to cause our staff serious apprehension or fear. Stalking is an offence that carries serious penalties." Did you at any time have the intention to cause the staff at Mitcham serious apprehension or fear?
Absolutely not.
There was a meeting on the 15th of December 2015, so a week or so after this letter was written, which I wanted to ask you about briefly. We have Ms Jones's minutes of that meeting behind tab 186, if that could please be brought up. The meeting depicts that the representative from ARIS was there. If we could just for the moment call him that, if that's all right. In the very last dot point there, you'll see towards the bottom of the page, that representative, it's recorded there that representative from ARIS and Nolene had previously requested that Mitcham staff be advised of the details of the incident of abuse that had occurred in September 2015. And it goes on, following consultations with EDACS. Do you know what that stands for? EDACS?
I did actually ask, but I've forgotten what it sounds like.
Right, I'm sure there are others that can assist us. It goes on, Julie Reid, Di Jones advised that we did not support this and would not be officially informing staff of the details of this incident. And it goes on and explained that the ARIS representative indicated that he couldn't understand this as it was a matter of public record, and paraphrasing that it would be of general assistance if the staff had more information. Do you recall that topic coming up at that meeting?
Yes, I do.
All right. And that's, of course, not the only time that was raised. You've already told us that this was an issue that you had raised on several occasions.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I want to ask you about the application you made in early 2016 to become your father's guardian. An application that was made to the South Australian Civil and Administrative Tribunal, SACAT, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Why did you make that application?
That was at the time when the complaints folder that I'd taken to ARIS, and ARIS had said this needs to be taken to the Complaints Commissioner. In South Australia, the delegate, when they received the information that I'd sent to them...
Sorry, can I just ask you to pause there? I'm sorry to interrupt you. So you're seeking to communicate with the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner on the advice of ARIS.
Yes.
And you're talking about the delegate from that body and what they said to you when you did that.
Correct.
Is that right? All right.
Yes.
I'm sorry to have interrupted.
No, that's
Thank
okay.
you.
So because it was quite a body of photos which were chronological evidence of the changes in those three areas that we spoke about, the incontinence acquired dermatitis, his wound on the right ankle, and also the nail infection, she said that they are unable to legally cite or take any note of those until they knew who the guardian was and that I had permission from the guardian to take those photos. So I wasn't the guardian at the time, my sister was.
Yes.
But that had been when Dad was back on the farm some 12 years earlier. And so through ARIS's assistance, again, we got in touch with my sister. She was quite comfortable that we either had a shared guardianship or she was quite happy to relinquish her guardianship and I would then be Dad's guardian as well. And so we had to go through a SACAT process to achieve that.
All right. And how many times did you need to attend SACAT as part of that process?
The process first off was done by phone to put in the application, and in that application I was asked a number of questions about Dad, why I needed guardianship, which I depicted to them, and there was a question sort of towards the end of it, was there anything else that you felt there was a need to have the guardianship for, and I made mention of wanting to have a camera put back in Dad's room, so I believe that would be part and parcel of it. So that was over the phone, and then there was just the one meeting at the SACAT office.
Right, and you've told us in paragraph 205 in your statement that was on the 21st of March 2016.
Yeah.
And you had previously been informed by Ms Musico of Japara that Japara had been informed about your application.
Yes, it was about a week or so before the actual meeting was to occur, and
Yes.
I was with Dad in his room. Rachel had come down to me and she just said, I'd like to let you know that we are aware that you've got the meeting with SACAT. And I thought that was unusual at the time, but I thought, well, maybe that's what happens. And I said to Rachel something to the words of, oh, is that what happens? And she said, that's just part of the normal process. I said, is there anything I need to know or do because of that? And she said, no, that's fine.
Right.
And it was only a brief conversation. There was no further discussion.
All right. When you got to SACAT on the 21st of March, Ms Jones from Japara was there, together with a legal representative for Japara. Is that
True.
right? All right.
Yeah.
And what ultimately happened with the guardianship application? What did SACAT do? Do you recall?
Because I was Dad's power of attorney and medical power of attorney,
Yep.
and the reason for needing the actual guardianship at the time was irrelevant because the guardianship was to do with Dad's lifestyle or home, as in if I needed to move him, which that wasn't part and parcel of why we needed the guardianship. So basically it was squashed, but I was very unaware when I got to the meeting that there would be anybody other than myself and the SACAT delegates appropriate to do the guardianship for me. So I was very surprised to see Japara there, or their representatives.
Yes. Now, if I can take you forward in the chronology towards the end of 2016 and what turned out to be the last month of your father's life. He was hospitalised on the 13th of December.
He was. 2016.
And can you tell us briefly about the lead up to that hospitalisation?
On the Sunday, the 11th, I got a phone call around about 11 o'clock in the morning from the registered nurse to say that they couldn't actually rouse Dad. And I said, what do you mean by that? And she said, oh, well, he's very, very sleepy and we're a bit concerned that he's not responding. And I said, well, is he breathing, you know, all those sort of things? And she said, no, we just can't wake him up. And I said, well, I had intentions of being there probably within the next short period of time. I asked them, did he have a temperature? Had they checked his sugar levels because he was a diabetic, that maybe it was all part of that. They hadn't done a sugar level. They had done his temperature and his pulse, and they were normal, and it was just a concern that he wasn't being able to be roused. So I said, well, I was on my way over there, and I would be there in probably 5 minutes, but could they do a blood sugar level in the meantime? And so when I got there, I just pulled up, and the phone rang, and the registered nurse said, yes, we've just done a blood sugar level on Dad, and it was high, extremely high, actually. And so I came in, Dad was in his princess chair in the communal area where they usually had their lunch. He looked a little bit pale, but otherwise he didn't feel warm or anything like that. I roused him after a period of time. He responded to me, but very, very sleepy. And so it was getting close to lunchtime. When I got there, on the overweight table, there was 3 drinks that were completely, the cups were still full. One was a juice, one was what looked like tea that might have been sort of there for a while because it was cold, and the other one I think was water. And so I said to the staff members, it looks as though that sugar level is probably a concern. I said, Dad doesn't look as though he's got anything else as far as an issue with his temperature. So we did a brief sort of look at the situation. They said that they'd actually called the locum in, and I said, well, that's good. And so Dad then roused enough that I could get a couple of drinks into him. He seemed to be responding to me not too bad, and I thought, well, he often would have these moments that he was a lot sleepier than others, and the sugar level was the only thing that was of note at that time. And I asked them when they'd done the last sugar level, because I knew with his diabetes he had been quite controlled for quite some time, to the point where we'd taken him off of all of his medications. and they were only doing, I think, twice weekly. Last one was on Thursday, so this was Sunday. Thursday it was about 11, and I believe the one on the Sunday was 18 or something.
Yes.
So it had risen. So I said to the staff, assessing what Dad was like, knowing who he is, I thought, well, that sugar level might be a result of having too many sugary type drinks. So I said, can we not give sugary drinks? They said that he didn't actually eat much of his breakfast in the morning. I didn't go into any other details of what he'd consumed. And so at that point in time, I said to them, if he doesn't actually, because I was going out, I said, if he doesn't eat his lunch, could we do another sugar level within sort of the 4 hours to make sure it wasn't getting any worse or that it might be improving? I said, if he doesn't respond, then we need to look further, or if he actually had a temperature or anything else had changed. So when I left, the locum had actually rung back, and the registered nurse said, do you still want them to come in? And I said, well, with how I've assessed Dad at the moment, I said, I will take full responsibility. You can write that in the notes. And I said, but this is our plan. And I said, I don't believe that the locum would need to come in. So the locum was cancelled, and that was written in the notes.
Okay.
And
I'll just pause you there. I only wanted to ask you about one matter, which I think is the same day we're talking about, and that is the attempt to contact the emergency paramedic service. Is that on this day that you're describing this, the 11th of December?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the Commission about that? What led you to want them to contact the emergency paramedic service?
Okay.
And what happened when you asked them to?
Over the period of the day, Dad had actually deteriorated.
Yes.
And it wasn't until about 5 o'clock that I got a phone call from the registered nurse to say that he had a temperature and that she was concerned for Dad. And so I was still out, but I was intending to be there around about sort of 6 o'clock. And I said to her, so what's his sugar levels been? And she said, we haven't done another one. And I said, well, could you do that? Because if he's deteriorating, we need to know. By the time I got into the facility, Dad looked very grey. He wasn't responding, and he certainly was dehydrated just doing assessment on him. And I found out then that he hadn't actually passed any urine all day, and that the amount of fluids that he'd had for the day was minimal. So the nurse was, when I finally got there, the nurse was actually redoing a set of observations, and she had the oximeter probe, which is a little probe that you can put on a finger to see what their oxygen levels are. Dad was breathing faster, but not with any laboured breathing of any sort. As I said, we couldn't arouse him. The oxygen levels were below normal. They should be sort of the 95 and above, and I think there's levels that they're quite accepting at 94 and above. So he had deteriorated quite significantly to the point where the nurse needed to contact a doctor because the locum had said that's what we need to do.
Yes. Okay. So was it you who asked them to contact the paramedic service, or was that their suggestion?
That was it was a combination of what was all happening at the time. Because the locum couldn't come, the next step was to actually contact the emergency, the EPS,
Okay.
which is...
And was there an issue about the phone number? Do you recall?
The registered nurse couldn't find the phone number.
Yes. And
yes.
what happened? Did she go and try and look for it for a period of time? Is that what happened? All
She
right.
did, and then she came back, and because of the intervention that we'd sort of done in that period of time, we were getting to around about 7:30, 8 o'clock, and I said, I think we need to ring Rachel Musico
Yes.
and ask for some more assistance because she couldn't find the number.
Okay. And then that was done, and I don't need you to go into detail about that, but ultimately a decision was made for your father to be hospitalised 2 days later on the 13th of December.
It was 2 days later, yes.
Yes, okay. And your dad was taken to the Adelaide Hospital, and you've listed in paragraph 244 the various diagnoses, which I don't need to go into detail, other than to ask you whether it's the case that the decision was made there by the medical staff that your father's leg problems were inoperable.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately he was returned to Mitcham for the provision of palliative care.
Yes.
And That was on the 19th of December 2016?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
And did you have any discussion at Mitcham about the provision by them of palliative care? Did you ask any questions about how they would do that?
When we returned to Mitcham, I did actually ask whether they had a palliative care nurse so that we could have some sort of understanding of what they do provide, but they said they didn't have one.
Right. And can you briefly describe the experience of those last, 10, 11 days of your father's life at Mitcham? How was that experience?
It was testing in the fact that the lead up to Dad coming back as a palliation situation was because of the non-compliance that Dad got for those first 2 days, and that's why he ended up in hospital. And so there was a fractured, staff did not know how to actually react, I don't think. So for the 10 days prior to Dad dying, both myself, family and my youngest brother, we basically cared for Dad with the assistance of staff when we needed it. There wasn't any forthcoming offers of anything different, particular or special pertaining to palliative care that I remember. And to me, it wasn't any different to what care Dad was having otherwise until his death.
You do say in paragraph 249 towards in the second last sentence, you say the staff engaged as needed and most were compassionate and sympathetic, but there were little additional palliation measures evident.
True.
That's the case?
True.
Your father ultimately passed away on New Year's Day in 2017.
He did.
And at the conclusion of the statement which you've made to the Royal Commission, there's a heading, My Message to the Royal Commission. Do you see that? It's on page 34 of the statement, starting at paragraph 254.
Yes, I do.
If you'd like to, Ms Heusler, would you like to read out paragraphs 254 through to 260?
Thank you.
Ask you to do that now, please.
I believe that my father's quality of life suffered as a direct result of management's culture at Mitcham of risk aversion, dismissive and non-transparent with a profit-driven attitude. Caring for my father during his residential aged care experience was never a task or a chore. It was my pleasure and privilege to be by my father's side, to appreciate, nurture and walk with him through the challenging dynamics and health issues faced by him and all loved ones with dementia. My father was a significant person in my life. I always fondly remember and appreciate the special connection we had throughout Father's life. His declining health. Sorry, I can't see. His declining health and remained until his final hours.
Ms Heusler, don't trouble yourself further. We will just read through those remaining paragraphs.
I would actually like to read it.
Well, if you wish to, please do. But
as a loving daughter, I believe that I had significant insight into Father's needs and feelings, and therefore the ability to offer essential contribution to his care decisions. Despite the negative events Father experienced at Mitcham, my father was otherwise attended by dedicated, hard-working, compassionate staff. While I remain grateful for their support over the years and truly support the reform for increased ratios of registered nurses and trained registered carers in the sector. If a lesson can be learned, it is that resident-centred care means everyone's voice must be heard and respected, regardless of being verbal, non-verbal, advocated, evidenced or witnessed. They must be given an opportunity to be heard, and they must be listened to. In respect and honour of my father, I believe extremely vulnerable loved ones in care who mirror my father's diminished capacity to speak or defend themselves deserve additional protection in their private rooms. Current governance offers no such focus for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms Hoysler. Is there any other comment that you'd like to make at this time to the Commission?
Oops. Yes, I would like to say on behalf of our father and our family, I thank and appreciate the scope, the totality and the sensitivity of the Royal Commission's team's invested commitment shown in this Royal Commission across Australia. The Royal Commission has given an unprecedented voice and opportunity to residents and families and advocates in a safe, respectful environment to be heard and valued. The reconciliation process has personally assisted me, not that you would think at the moment, in closing this chapter for the past, giving solace to move forward with a positive sense of reform in the future. Thank you.
That concludes my examination of Ms Hoysler, Commissioners.
Very well. Ms Horsler, it's been a very difficult morning for you, and we thank you for sharing your terrible experiences with us, but it has been very important to us to understand exactly what occurred in relation to the care or lack of it of your father, and it has certainly improved our understanding of some lack of care that occurs from time to time in this area of aged care. We're very grateful to you for being here and sharing those experiences.
Thank you.
The Commission will adjourn until 2 o'clock.
All stand. The Commission is now adjourned until 2 p.m. today. let's all stand. Please be seated.
Yes, Ms Burton.
May it please the Commission, I call Rachel Ann Musico.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Operator, could you please bring up document number WIT.0231.000.0001? Ms Musico, is this your statement?
Yes.
There should be a hard copy on the table in front of you. Do you wish to make any amendments?
No.
Are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender the statement of Rachel Ann Musico dated the 12th of June 2019.
Yes, the witness statement of Rachel Ann Musico dated 12 June 2019 will be Exhibit 5-10.
Ms Musico, you were the facility manager at Japara Mitcham from September 2015, is that correct?
Yes.
You were responsible for ensuring the facility provided optimal aged care and quality services to residents.
Yes.
You had worked in aged care for over 15 years?
Yes.
You knew that the key to providing optimal care was building relationships with residents and their families.
Yes.
Also dealing with them with honesty and integrity.
Yes.
You knew that Clarence Heusler had been at Mitcham since 2002?
Yes.
One of your oldest residents?
Yes.
Nolene Heusler was his loving daughter who regularly visited and cared for him?
Yes.
Not all residents are lucky enough to have a caring, loving daughter like Nolene, are they?
No, they're not.
After Clarence was assaulted by Lucas, you commenced weekly meetings with Nolene Heusler?
Yes.
They commenced in about October 2015?
From what I can recall, yes.
From what you can recall? And ended in about April 2016?
Yes.
They were constructive?
Yes.
And you worked at the relationship with Nolene?
Yes.
You were mindful of the sensitivity of the situation?
Yes.
At the facility level at Mitcham, you saw it as your responsibility to maintain relationships between staff, residents and their family and friends.
Yes.
Julie Reid did not attend these weekly meetings.
No.
On the 3rd of November 2015, you met Nolene Heusler together with Di Jones. If you don't have a specific recollection of that, I'll take you to document number 73 in the tender bundle. Do you recall seeing that document?
Yes.
Is that a minute that you took of the meeting on the 3rd of November 2015?
No, I think Di Jones took those minutes.
At this meeting, Nolene expressed concern about being referred to as weird by staff for giving her father certain food. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You expressed concern?
Yes.
And you informed Nolene that this would be addressed by management?
Yes.
You reassured her and said you wanted to continue to work with her to address any concerns promptly, is that right?
Yes.
In December 2015, Nolene gave you positive feedback about the fact that there was less resistance in general from staff.
Yes.
And staff were being thoughtful to Clary's needs and comfort.
Yes.
Nolene wrote to you and Di Jones by email in early 2016 expressing gratitude about the positive changes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Julie Reid didn't attend these meetings but did communicate with Nolene by letter and email. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
I'll take you to one of those letters now. Operator, could you please bring up tab 177 in the tender bundle? I'll just give you a moment to read that email, Ms Musico. Would you agree that the tone of this email was different to the tone of the meetings?
I'm not sure. I think that, you know, it's more of a serious email in relation to legalities and things like that, more so than the care side that Di Jones and myself would discuss.
Would you agree that the tone is directive?
I think it's displaying their stance on where they sit with CCTV cameras.
Would you agree that the tone isn't relationship focused? It's focused. Sorry, please answer.
I think it's just stating in writing, so there's no miscommunications what the stance is.
Okay. Would you agree that the tone of the email, being serious in the sense you've described, may have undermined the work you were doing with Nolene on developing the relationship in weekly meetings?
I believe that Nolene and our staff at the site had a different relationship aside from this.
So by that, do you mean Nolene had a different relationship with you and Di Jones than she did with Julie Reid?
So we were more discussing on the care side rather than we didn't focus on, at the site, on the legal side of things.
The second letter I'd like to take you to is at tab 72 of the tender bundle. I'll just give you a moment to read that, Ms Musico. So this letter refers to offences and penalties for using surveillance equipment. You agree with
Yes.
that? And it refers to serious criminal offence of stalking the staff at the facility. You agree
Yes.
with that? Do you agree that the tone of the letter is threatening?
I think depending on which your perspective, it could be seen as that.
It warns her that the offence of stalking carries serious penalties.
I think the scope in the letter is probably outside of my expertise to understand all of that.
Thank you, Ms Musico. Nolene hadn't done anything of the sort described in that letter, had she?
I would have to reread the letter to make sure we're not missing. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, I'll just go back a couple of
Yeah.
questions. So I think we're agreed that stalking is a serious offence,
Yes.
and the letter says that stalking is an offence that carries serious penalties.
Yes.
You hadn't done an investigation into whether Nolene had stalked the staff, had you?
No.
And to the best of your knowledge, Nolene hadn't done anything of the sort described in that letter, had she?
No.
Do you agree that the letter from Julie Reid to Nolene Häusler on the screen may have undermined the work you were doing on improving the relationship between Nolene and the facility?
No, because I think Nolene and us staff at the site had a different understanding that we were working with Clary and his care rather than the legalities.
Did Julie Reid consult you about the letter?
I can't recall.
An incident occurred on the... Were you present in court this morning for Ms Häusler's evidence?
Yes.
You'll recall that an incident occurred on the 1st of September 2015 involving Clarence and Kieran Jeep Kaur, an agency nurse.
Yes.
And that footage of that incident was displayed on the screen this morning in the Royal Commission.
Yes.
Nolene Häusler reported that incident by letter hand-delivered to the facility, didn't she?
I hadn't been employed at that time.
I understand that. But on the best of your knowledge and belief, Nolene Häusler reported the incident by letter hand-delivered to the facility shortly before you started. Is that
From the
right?
information I've received, yes.
From the information you've received. And Japara acknowledged that report on the 5th of September 2015.
From the dates of the letters, yes.
After you started on the 7th or the 8th of September, you became responsible for managing this incident and the fallout?
No.
I'll take you to tab 219. native page 3. This is a copy of your position description.
Yes.
And you'll see that it sets out under the heading Quality and Compliance. Operator, if you could please zoom in on the middle third of that page. It says that you actively participate in quality activities, ensure that required legislative and statutory requirements are consistently met and compliant. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that it says at dot point... You'd agree that it says at dot point 6, has minimal complaints lodged with the Department of Health and Ageing. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that it says complaint outcomes rarely result in a breach being identified, and if a breach is identified, it is addressed prior to the result or soon after. No complaint or identified breach results in a notice of required action or sanction. So I'll ask my question again. You became responsible on starting your employment for managing the incident relating to Kiranjeet Kaur, didn't you?
Yes and no. Yes, that's part of my responsibilities as my position description, but that's in conjunction with senior managers. I don't take the full responsibility of managing those incidents.
So you monitored complaints and provided monthly reports to Julie Reid?
Yes.
And you made a note in your contemporaneous notes that Nolene Heusler was concerned her father was not being looked after?
Yes.
Nolene Heusler stated to you that she had raised a complaint about an agency nurse?
Yes.
You made a note contemporaneously on the 9th of September 2015 at approximately 1:30 to 2 p.m, didn't you?
Yes.
The incident on the 1st of September 2015 involving Clarence and Kiranjeet Kaur was not recorded in your monthly incident report until November 2015.
I started employment on the 8th of September. For those incidences, with everything that had happened, I wasn't made aware of what had previously happened on the 1st of September, and I can't recall when I first became aware of that.
Okay, so I'll take you to tab 178. This is the note I mentioned a moment ago, dated the 9th of September 2015. Your contemporaneous note says on the third line, operator, if you could bring up the third line, concerned that her father is not being looked after, stated she had raised complaint about agency nurse. Is this your note?
Yes.
Do you now recall that Nolene Heusler drew to your attention on the 9th of September that she'd raised a complaint about an agency nurse?
She had mentioned that she'd raised a complaint about an agency nurse, but there was no details given at that time.
So when you say there were no details given, the detail was given that there was a complaint and the detail was given that there was an agency nurse, but you weren't aware of the staff member's name?
No.
Now, this incident, the incident on the 1st of September was recorded in your monthly incident report in November 2015. Do you agree with that?
I can't recall.
Operator, could you bring up tab 234? Could you go to point, I'll just ask you to identify from the first page, is this your monthly incident and accident report form?
Yes.
Ms Musico? And going to page 2, which is at point 0046, please, operator. Would you, turning to about point 8 of that page, critical mandatory report for allegation of assault. Is that the assault by Mr Lucas?
No, I believe that would be the one for the agency nurse.
Okay. And then turning to point 0048, please, operator. Down to the bottom block, mandatory reporting. Ms Musico, it says on the bottom line, conclusion reported to EDACS and DSS, allegation of abuse 1 September 2015. Does that relate to the agency nurse?
Yes.
Now I'll take you to tab 227 in the tender bundle. Is this your monthly incident report for September 2015?
Yes.
Operator, turning to point 0002, please. See, about halfway down the page, it says mandatory report, ×1 report completed for allegation of assault from staff member to resident. Does that relate to the assault by Mr. Lucas?
I believe that does.
Now, this is your monthly report from September 2015, and I just asked the operator to scroll through it so that you can verify for me whether you included the agency nurse incident in your September 2015 report. Ms Musico, did you include the agency nurse incident in your monthly incident accident report form for September 2015?
No.
Operator, could you please bring up document 230? Now, this is the monthly incident report register. Do you recognise that document, Ms Musico?
Yes.
Operator, could you please scroll to page 2 when Ms Musico is ready? I'll just give you a moment to check that report. Could you please go to page 2? Did you include the report about the agency nurse in your October 2015 monthly report?
No.
So you'd agree with me that the first time you included the incident on the 1st of September 2015 involving Clarence and Kiranjeet Kaur was not recorded in your monthly incident report until November 2015?
Yes.
Now, you made the entry in November 2015 because the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner SA office contacted you by telephone, is that right?
Yes.
And the complaint scheme informed you that a mandatory report to the Department of Health was required.
Yes.
Some 2.5 months had passed since the incident involving the agency nurse.
Yes.
And you completed a compulsory reporting of assaults form and submitted it to the Department of Health.
Yes.
Did you or Julie Reid decide to complete that form?
I believe I completed it under the direction of Julie Reid.
And on the form, you described the incident as a report of an allegation of abuse on the 26th of November 2015, is that right?
Yes.
You signed the form on page 2?
Yes.
But in fact, the incident occurred on the 1st of September, didn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, the incident was notified to Japara Mitcham on the 3rd of September, wasn't it?
From what I've been informed of, because it was prior to my commencement date, yes.
Therefore, the information you supplied to the department in the information to the department compulsory reporting of assault form was incorrect, wasn't it?
I don't believe it was incorrect because the 26th was the date that we were informed to report it, and the incident report and the information related to the dates of the 1st of September.
Operator, could you please bring up tab 61? Ms Musico, I'd ask you to firstly review page 1 and verify for the Royal Commission that this is the compulsory reporting of assault form you submitted in respect of Kiranjeet Kaur?
Yes.
And you'd agree that you notified that the incident occurred on the 26th of November 2015, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Turning to the bottom of that page, you give some further detail.
Yes.
And you attach a letter received from Nolene Heusler dated the 2nd of September 2015.
Yes.
Turning to page 2, please, operator. In the description of the incident, Is this your handwriting?
Yes.
In the description of the incident, you describe an incident as a report being received on the 26th of November 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
But in fact, the incident occurred on the 1st of September, didn't it?
Yes.
Therefore, the information you supplied to the department was incorrect, wasn't it?
I don't believe it was incorrect. It was the date that we were informed it was a reportable assault, so that was the date, but we put the 1st of September date in there also.
Could you please repeat that? You put which date in September?
The date of when the first incident happened, but the date that we were notified to report it to the department was the 26th.
So when was the date that the incident first happened?
The incident had occurred on the 1st of September.
Why did you put a different date in this form for the date of the incident?
Because the 26th of November was when we were informed by the department to lodge a compulsory report.
In fact, the date of the incident was the 1st of September, wasn't it?
The date of the incident was, but the 26th was the date that we were informed.
So you put incorrect information in the form, didn't you?
I don't believe it was incorrect information.
If Norleen Heusler had not made a complaint to the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner on the 25th of November 2015, Japara would never have reported the Kiranjit Kaur incident at all, would they?
I'm not sure.
The Aged Care Complaints Commissioner then found that the facility should have made a report at the time Norleen Heusler reported it. Do you agree with that?
I wasn't there at the time to understand the investigations.
I'll take you to tab 248, please. This is a report from the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner addressed Copy to Mitcham Residential Care Facility. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
And it's dated the 6th of February 2017?
Yes.
Were you employed at the 6th of February 2017
Yes.
at Japara Mitcham? Operator, could you please turn to native page 29, which is point 7560? I just ask you to read the bottom paragraph there, please, Ms. Musico. I'll just repeat my question from a moment ago, if I may. The Aged Care Complaints Commissioner found that the facility should have made a report at the time Norleen Heusler reported it. Do you agree with that?
I wasn't employed at the time, so I don't know the full details, but a compulsory report, given the letter, potentially should have been made.
So when you say you weren't employed at the time, do you mean you weren't employed at the time this letter was sent to the facility?
Sorry, the time of the incident.
Yes. So you'd agree with me that you were employed at the time the facility received this letter?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that in this letter, the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner finds that the facility should have made a report at the time Norleen Heusler reported it?
Yes.
The ACCC considered that the report was over 2 months late?
Yes.
In submitting the form late to the department, Japara did not comply with its obligation under the Aged Care Act to report within 24 hours, did it?
No.
Now turning to a different topic, at Japara Mitcham at the nurses station there was a book with essential phone numbers in it.
Yes.
On the 11th of December 2016, towards the end of Clarence's life, he needed an IV cannula to administer fluids because he was dehydrated.
Yes.
The registered nurse couldn't find the telephone number at the nurses station for the extended care paramedic on the 11th of December 2016.
Yes.
And the registered nurse called you for guidance as to what to do.
Yes.
The registered nurse asked you for the phone number for the extended care paramedic.
Yes.
You were not at work at that particular time of the day.
No.
And the registered nurse asked you for the phone number because the registered nurse couldn't find the number at the nurses station.
Yes.
Norleen Heusler says in her statement that it was quite stressful to have a delay while staff at the facility worked out what the contact number was.
Yes.
And you can understand that that would have been stressful for her.
Yes.
The issue was whether the number for the extended care facility, for the extended care paramedic, was available on 11 December at the facility. Nolene Heusler raised this in a meeting with you on the 13th of December about the delay. Do you agree with that? And you informed her that there was a contact phone numbers book at the nurses' station.
Yes.
Nolene Heusler subsequently made a complaint to the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner, which included this as one of the issues raised.
Yes.
And the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner sought Japara's response to the complaint.
Yes.
Mr Woodley consulted with you about how to respond to the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner letter.
I can't recall.
Operator, could you please bring up tab 144? I'll just give you a moment to read that email, Ms Musico. Yeah. Operator, could you please go to the second page? At the foot of that page, Ms Musico, you'll see that there's an email from Mr Woodley to yourself and Ms Jones, contact list.
Yes.
And at the top of the second page, our response. And then he says, do we have evidence that it was listed somewhere on the day? You'd agree that was a question for you and Ms Jones?
Yes.
And then he says, if not, add it to the contact list now. We are only saying it is on the list, not was. You'd agree with me that Mr Woodley was consulting with you about how to respond to the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner correspondence?
I don't think he was directly consulting on me on how to respond. I think he was asking a question on where the contact was listed.
Yes. And he was asking you two things, I think. Firstly, he was asking you whether the phone number was on the list.
Yes.
And that reference to was is a reference to the 11th of December 2016.
Yes.
And he's also asking you whether it is on the list, which is a reference to whether or not the extended care paramedic phone number was on the list by the 20th of February 2017. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
He asked you if you had evidence that it was listed somewhere on the day.
Yes.
He said to add the phone number to the contact list now.
Yes.
And in saying that, he was asking you to add the emergency care paramedic phone number to the contact list on the 20th of February 2017.
Yes.
Mr Woodley's response to the Aged Care Complaints Commissioner said that the phone number is in the contact book. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
However, the phone number for the extended care paramedic was not in the contact book on the 11th of December, was it?
I can't recall.
I think you just agreed with me earlier that you received a call from the registered nurse on the 11th of December. Do you agree with that?
I can't directly recall what was listed on the telephone list.
You'd agree with me that staff called you on the 11th of December and asked for assistance with the extended care paramedic phone number?
Yes.
And you'd agree that the staff couldn't find the phone number, that's why there was a delay in responding?
Yes.
So you'd agree with me that it was incomplete for Mr Woodley to say in his letter that the number was in the contact list? Do you agree with that?
I said I can't recall what was directly listed on the contact list. I do believe it was updated, but I can't recall if that was to specifically note that they can call 000 for the extended care paramedic.
Could you please repeat your answer, Ms Musico? I was having trouble hearing you.
I can't recall exactly. I know that I think the list might have been updated to reflect that 000 is the extended care paramedic, so they can contact 000.
And do you think it was updated after the 11th of December 2016?
Yes.
And do you think that the phone number for the extended care paramedic was in the phone book on the 11th of December 2016? Do you think it was in the phone book on the 11th?
It was 000 that they call. I'm not sure if 000 was listed, but I think we clarified it to ensure that they understood that 000 was to call the extended care paramedic also. So we made it quite clear.
When did you do that?
It may have been at that time. I can't recall, but I believe it may have been at that time to make it more clearer.
I just want to ask you about some of your earlier evidence. You talked about your relationship between Nolene and yourself. And as I understood it, you include in that evidence, you included other staff members of the facility.
Yes.
And you also talked about, I also took you to evidence, correspondence that Julie Reid wrote to Nolene at about the same time.
Yes.
I'm just wanting to understand, are you suggesting that Nolene had two different relationships with Japara staff?
I think that there was a different level between the staff at the facility and staff at head office.
And was the relationship with the staff at head office an unpleasant one?
I wasn't privy to all of the communications and things like that happened there, so I don't think I could be able to comment.
How would you describe the relationship that Nolene had with head office?
I'm not, as I said, I wasn't sure of all their communication. I don't think Nolene was happy with some of the responses at times, but I'm not open to all of the correspondence that went on.
Did you explain to staff why Lucas was fired?
I can't recall when the staff found out, but there were staff that were friends with him, that knew him outside of work, that did become notified of what had occurred, as well as there were staff on the floor that had also been notified by Nolene as well. So there was a level of understanding.
No further questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Musico, you said that on or about the 13th of December you were contacted by nursing staff who were having trouble finding the contact number for the emergency service. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you had that communication, did you yourself then consult the institution's records with a view to seeing if the relevant number was there?
Yes, I do recall that above the telephone in the nurses' station is the emergency phone numbers and things like that, as well as in the book. I think when we updated it, we just made it clearer so there was no misunderstanding for the nursing staff to know that it was...
You're not answering my question, Ms Musico. Did you look up the records as they stood at the time that you were being asked by the nursing staff what the number was?
Sorry, I'm not quite getting...
Well, you get a phone call from the nursing staff who say they can't find the emergency services number. Is that right?
Yes.
And what I'm asking you is, when you received that query, did you consult the Mitcham records that with a view to finding whether the relevant number was there?
Not that I can recall.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Because I understand that the emergency numbers were located by the phone, and I had a discussion with the nurse that was on that night to make sure she was aware what the number was.
Well, how did you know what number to tell her?
Because I knew that the extended care paramedics could be contacted through 000 through the ambulance service.
Well, so you made no attempt yourself to find out what was the state of the records that the nurses had consulted without avail?
I can't recall directly what else I did at that time.
Yes, very well. Yes, thank you very much. You're excused from further attendance. I'm advised that there will need to be a short adjournment while a video link is established.
Indeed.
Yes, very well. The Commission will temporarily adjourn.
Thank you, sir.
The Commission is now adjourned. please be seated.
Yes, Mr Robinson.
Commissioners, the next witness is Diane Jones, who is joining us by video link from Adelaide, as I understand it. Not quite sure how she's going to be sworn in.
I'll be swearing in.
Terrific. I'll ask you to do that, please.
Yes. If you repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Ms Jones, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
And is your full name Diane Jones?
Yes, it is.
And you made a statement dated the 12th of June 2019 for the Royal Commission. Is that right?
That's right.
Operator, please bring up WIT.0230.001.0001. Can I just clarify, Ms Jones, can you see what's being brought up on the screen about accessible to you?
It's too small, but I have a hard copy in front of me.
All right. Okay. There may be some other documents that are brought up on the screen. Please let me know if they're too small for you to see them. I think there are also hard copies available, but I don't want you to be in a position where you can't read anything. Please let us know. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right. Now, have you had an opportunity to read through your statement before giving evidence this afternoon?
Yes.
And is there anything in the statement that you wish to change?
No.
All right. Are its contents true and correct?
They are.
I'll tender the statement, Commissioners.
Yes. Just remind me of the date, please.
The date of the statement is the 12th of June 2019.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
The statement of Diane Jones dated the 12th of June 2019 will be Exhibit 5-11.
Question, please. Ms Jones, you have worked in aged care since 1988?
Yes, I have.
And you're a registered nurse?
Yes, I am.
And you've been a registered nurse for a little longer than that, back to 1980?
That's right.
Yep. And in your time in aged care over the last 30 odd years, you've performed various roles, including managerial roles.
That's right.
Yep. And you commenced your employment with Japara on the 1st of September 2015?
Yes.
And your job title was Quality Manager?
Yes.
And is it the case that you remain in that role to this date?
That's true.
Yeah. And you currently have responsibility for 5 residential aged care facilities?
That's right.
Right. And one of those within your current area of responsibility is the Mitcham facility?
Yes.
Yep. And did you have responsibility for the same 5 facilities when you started back in September 2015?
Yes, I did.
You also spent a little bit in filling in as the facility manager for Mitcham soon after you started, is that right?
Oh, it's an ad hoc fill-in role, so if the facility manager is not on site for some reason, sick leave or annually, we would occasionally spend some time in their seat.
Okay. You say we, it was you and others that filled that role?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last answer, Ms Jones.
Me and other quality managers.
Yes, all right. And if I can summarise your role as a quality manager, which you deal with in paragraph 6 of your statement, you are required to assist facilities to achieve and maintain compliance with legislative requirements. That was one of your duties.
Mm-hmm.
And you also... Yes, and you're also required to assist facilities to achieve and maintain compliance with Japara's organisational policies and procedures.
Yes.
Yeah. You presently answer to Mr Stuart Woodley, the Group Quality Manager.
That's right.
Is the role that Mr Woodley performs equivalent to the role that Julie Reid performed before she resigned her or left her employment with Japara? Do you know?
No, it's not the same role.
Are you answering to Julie Reid in September 2015 or Mr Woodley?
Julie Reid.
Julie Reid, okay. So the role Mr Woodley performs is different to the role Ms Reid performs. That's your evidence, is that right?
That's right.
But in terms of the reporting lines, the quality managers that reported to Ms Reid back then are now reporting to Mr Woodley. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Was it a direct reporting line between you and Ms Reid back in September 2015?
Yes.
Okay. In your statement, and I can take you to it if need be, let me know, but you detail the importance of relationships as part of the provision of care in aged care facilities. This is at paragraph 20. You'd agree, I take it, that relationships between staff, residents and family members are a very important part of the provision of quality aged care?
Yes, I do.
All right. Why is that?
Residents' needs are better met by people who are familiar with them and with their routines and their preferences, and residents prefer to be cared for by people they know.
The Japara organisation has certain stated values that its staff are expected to adhere to. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Were they drawn to your attention when you commenced your employment?
Yes.
I wonder if you could have a look, please, if the operator could bring up tab 161. Do you have a copy of the staff handbook in front of you? I think it's being handed to you now. Just to make sure we're looking at the same thing, Ms Jones, does it have a number that ends in 3142 in the corner? Maybe you didn't hear that question, Ms Jones. Does it have the number in 3142 in the top right-hand corner?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. And was this the staff handbook at the time that you commenced your employment in 2015, or at least an earlier version of it? Are you able to tell us that? I see it bears the date March 2016 at the bottom.
If there may be some differences, I'm not sure. It's like it looks the same, but without reading every word, and I really can't remember, there were updates frequently.
Yes. All right. I won't ask you to read every word, you'll be pleased to know. But I think for our purposes, that's sufficient. I want to draw your attention to what is the third page of the document. It's got the number that ends in 3144 in the top right corner, and it's headed Vision and Mission Statements.
Yes.
Do you see that? And
yes.
There's a reference to the corporate slogan, the corporate vision, the corporate mission, and then you see a heading Our Values halfway down the page.
Yes, I do.
Yep. And you'll see that the second value identified there is integrity. Do you see that?
Yes.
To be ethical, confidential and accountable. And then the fourth value is honesty. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
To be open, trustworthy and truthful. And I assume that you at all times would have tried to adhere to those values and continue to do that as an employee?
Yes, I do.
And you'd agree with me, wouldn't you, that those important relationships that we discussed a few minutes ago can be undermined by conduct that does not adhere to values of honesty and integrity?
Yes.
Yep. So there's a link, isn't there, between the importance of relationships and the way staff conduct themselves in dealing with the residents and their families. Do you agree with that?
I do.
I don't think I need to take you to this unless you want me to, but your job description, which you've attached to your statement, to Exhibit DJ2, and it's tab 208 in the tender bundle, that also identifies the importance of honest behaviour and behaviour that is characterised by integrity. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about a document that you signed and that Ms Musico also signed. It was a report to the Department of Health in November 2015. And what precipitated that report made by Japara was a complaint that was made by Nolene Heusler on the 2nd of September 2015. Are you following me in relation to this? Now, I know that you only started working on the 1st of September, and I understand in those early few days you probably had very little to do with Ms Heusler. Is that correct?
That is correct. I spent the 1st and 2nd of September in Melbourne for orientation.
Yes.
So I didn't meet Mrs Heusler at all until later.
All right. Was part of that orientation some training about the mandatory reporting requirements under the Aged Care Act? Do you recall, Ms Jones?
I don't recall that there was any specific training. It was mostly to do with operational matters, how to navigate the IT system, that sort of thing.
All right. Have you received, I'll withdraw that, before the 26th of November 2015, so in that first 3 months or so of your employment, had you received any training from Japara about the mandatory reporting requirements under the Aged Care Act?
I believe I did, yes.
I see. Presumably in your induction you were provided with the current version of the staff handbook. Is that right, Ms Jones? Do you remember?
Yes, it was.
And did you notice that there is a section in the staff handbook about Japara's obligations in relation to mandatory reporting?
Yes.
Yep. Now, we know from evidence which we understand is to be given by witnesses later today, including Ms Julie Reid, that the complaint that was made by Ms Heusler on the 2nd of September did not result at that time in a report to the Department of Health. And I'll ask you to accept that. And I know that initially that was not a decision that you were a party to. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. But you were ultimately a party to a later decision on the 27th of November of 2015 to make a report in relation to that matter. That's true,
Yes,
isn't
that's
it?
right.
All right.
That's true.
Yeah. And of course that report was made some 10 weeks after the incident that was the subject of the report. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
You would have been aware at least, wouldn't you, that matters that were required to be reported under the Aged Care Act had to be reported no more than 24 hours after the facility became aware of an incident. Did you know that?
I did know that.
All right. Whose decision was it, as you recall, for the report to be made in relation to this incident on the 10th of November 2015?
I believe we first was a mandatory report when the department rang the facility and spoke to one of the staff members. Rachel Musico would then have rung Julie Reid and been advised that it was now a compulsory report.
All right.
That's the best of my knowledge.
Okay. We'll see if we can unpack that a little bit, Ms Jones, and I don't want you to speculate. If you're not sure what you know, we know that your name ultimately appeared on the report. When you signed it, had everything else in it been completed and you were just given a completed document to sign, or did you participate in inserting information into the report?
I did participate
All right.
in information, yeah.
Okay. Now, you told us that there was a discussion between Ms Musico and Ms Reid, and were you involved in those discussions about what to do in response to this communication from the department?
Not that I recall.
You'd accept, wouldn't you, Ms Jones, that an incident is either reportable at the time the incident occurs or it's not? That must be the case, mustn't it?
Yes.
It either falls within the criteria of a matter that needs to be reported or it doesn't. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
And so this particular incident was either required to be reported by Japara on the 2nd of September when it was first notified to Japara, or it wasn't required to be reported. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. And so if that's the case, then whether or not the incident had to be reported can't have changed at the end of November 2015 by virtue of some communication by an external regulatory authority, can it?
No.
Right. But that was what in fact triggered the report, wasn't it? Contact by, was it the Aged Care Complaints Commission?
I think back then it was the Department of Health that
All right.
they were reported to.
Okay. And as you understand it, what they said was, look, we've received a complaint from Ms Heusler about this matter. Were you a party to those discussions with the department's officer?
I don't think so.
All right. Who relayed to you that the department had contacted Japara about the complaint?
I can't recall whether it was Rachel Music or Julie Reid.
All right. Could you please have a look at tab 61? It's a document on letterhead from your employer, headed information to the department, compulsory reporting of assault form, and the code in the top right-hand corner ends 5591.
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Ms Jones?
I do.
If you turn to the second page, which is 5592, can you confirm for us that that's your name and signature at the bottom of the page?
It is.
Right. Do you see immediately above your name there's a line, risk assessment tool used? Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's nothing filled in there?
Because that's relating to falls. It's a falls risk.
I see. This report covers a range of circumstances. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. Now, if you go back to the first page, about a third of the way down, there's a line where the question on the left-hand side says, when did the incident occur? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, the incident that's the subject of that question was the incident that gives rise to the obligation to report, the reportable assault. That's right, isn't it? That's what the form's getting at?
Yes, normally, yes.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean normally, Ms Jones?
Well, normally you are filling this out within 24 hours of the incident occurring.
Yep.
And the incident is as dated, but when we filled this form out, it was 2 months later. And we were using the date of the day we became aware of the compulsory incident.
You knew that Japara's obligation was to report within 24 hours. You'd had that training, you told us earlier, is that right?
That's right.
Yep. Did you ask Ms Reid why this incident had not been reported in accordance with the legal requirement back in early September 2015 when you filled out the form?
I don't recall if I asked her, and no, I don't think I did.
Why not?
because it was her call, it was her decision. I didn't question her.
It was your name that was appearing on the form, wasn't it, Ms Jones?
Yes.
And you've already told us that you knew that it should have been reported, if it was reportable, it should have been reported back in September, but you didn't think to ask Ms Reid why it was that you were providing this report now?
No.
Okay. Now, halfway down that page, you'll see a question, when did the approved provider become aware of the incident? Do you see that?
And with my answer, that's the date that they became aware that it was a compulsory report. Look, I'm not saying that the way we filled this out, it doesn't seem logical now, but at the time it seemed logical to us that we were reporting the day that we found out about this compulsory report. We also state that the incident happened on the 2nd of September on the same form.
I see that, and in fairness to you, you attached a copy of the complaint, I think, did you not? But without wanting to labour the point, the date 26th of November 2015 was not the date that the approved provider became aware of the incident, was it?
If you follow the logic that we were using, the incident that we were discussing was the fact that it was a compulsory report that we became aware of on the 26th, and that is the day that Rachel Musico notified head office of that incident.
Yes. Now, if you turn to the second page again, please, Ms Jones. Do you see towards the bottom of the page there's a heading, possible cause, action taken, recommendations? Do you see that? It's
on page 2.
Yeah, second last box, possible cause, action taken, recommendations. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yep. Can you read out the third line that appears there, please?
To site 27th of November 2015 at 10:50, report number given.
Is that your handwriting?
No, it isn't.
It's Ms Musico's, is it?
Yes.
Was that written there when you put your signature at the bottom of the page?
I would think so.
Yeah. Did the police attend the site on the 27th of November 2015 at 10:50?
I can't actually recall, but I would think so if it's written here.
Really? We know the police attended the site on the 10th of September 2015.
Yes.
We've heard evidence about that. Are you telling us that there may have been another attendance by the police on the 27th of November, the day that you made this report?
Yes, it's not uncommon.
Okay.
When we make a compulsory report, the police frequently come to the facility to investigate. Not always, but frequently.
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm following this. Are you saying the police attended in response to this report? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, when we make a compulsory report to the department, we also have to make a report to the police.
Yes.
And they will either attend in person or sometimes they investigate over the phone.
Okay.
But on this occasion, they may well have attended.
I see. You have no specific recollection of them attending. You're just saying if it's on the form, it must have happened. Is that right?
Well, yes, because it's a common occurrence.
I see. But perhaps Ms Musico would be in a better position, given that it was apparently her handwriting, she might be in a better position to tell us whether in fact the police did attend. Is that right?
Recall.
All right.
That's right.
Okay. Did you ask Ms Musico about that? Whether the police had attended?
Did I ask Ms Musico?
Yes.
At the time?
Yes.
Recall asking her.
Okay. We know when the police attended on the 10th of September, there was at least one quality manager who was present for the police. That'd be normal practice, wouldn't it? Where the police attend one of the sites where you're the responsible quality manager, you would ordinarily be there for that attendance. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, but sometimes.
Okay, but you weren't there on the 27th when the police attended, is that right?
I'm not sure. I filled out the form on the 27th, so I would assume I was at the site.
I see. Would there be some record kept by the facility of an attendance by the police, ordinarily?
Yes, normally they would write something in the compulsory report register, perhaps.
I see. I call for the compulsory report register, Commissioners.
Has it been the subject of
A request?
a notice?
I would have thought that it would be covered by the notice. I'm not in a position to say that with any certainty. We'll make some inquiries.
Yes, well, if your instructors could consult with Mr. Borski's instructors, if the document is available, then it can be produced.
Yes, I'm sure that process
as soon as possible.
Underway as we speak, and we've all heard that, Commissioner. Thank you. Okay, thanks. You'd accept, just before leaving this topic, Ms Jones, that it would be a serious matter to include incorrect information in a report of this nature?
Yes. But as I said, we didn't consider it was incorrect at the time.
No. You can see how it might appear incorrect now, though, can't you?
I can.
Yeah.
I can. In retrospect, I can see how it would be read. Yes.
It wasn't the case, was it, Ms Jones, that you were pretending to the department that the incident occurred on the 26th of November so that your report would be within 24 hours of the incident?
No, not at all.
Okay.
The department was already aware that it happened in September. They were the ones that contacted us. And we did include information that showed that it happened in September.
Yes.
With the report.
Yes, no, I understand that. Thank you. Now, if I can change topics with you, Ms Jones, we've heard some evidence just before you from Ms Musico and earlier today from Ms Heusler that after the assault that you and I have just been discussing and the subsequent one on the 9th of September 2015, there were a series of weekly meetings that were organised between Japara management and Ms Heusler. Do you recall attending some of those weekly meetings?
Yes, I do.
All right. You actually include a list of the dates of those in your statement, in fairness to you, at paragraph 40. And if I can summarise the intent behind the meetings, it was really to build a relationship with Ms Heusler, as between Japara and Ms Heusler, is that right?
That was my understanding, yes.
Yeah. She had a number of concerns about clinical care and obviously safety of her father, and you were providing a forum for her what those concerns were. Is that right?
That's right.
And I take it that you approached the opportunity to do that in good faith?
Yes.
And so far as you're aware, so did Ms Musico. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And would you that those meetings were a good idea because Ms Heusler had been through a particularly difficult period finding out about the different incidents involving her father?
Yes.
Whose idea was it to take minutes of the meetings? Do you remember?
I actually don't remember. It's not uncommon to write summaries of meetings, though. It may have come from Julie Reid, but I'm speculating. I don't know. All right.
In fairness to you, Ms Heusler's given evidence that she supported the idea of minuting. So can we take it then that it was an agreed process? No one was forcing it upon anyone else, the minuting?
That's right.
And you were the minute taker?
Mostly, yes.
Yep. And Ms Reid tells us that you passed on the minutes to her after each meeting. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, it appears from your list of the meetings, and there doesn't seem to be any contrary evidence to this, that the first meeting was on the 3rd of November 2015. Is that your recollection now?
Yes,
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, no trick here, Ms Jones. You've got the list of meetings in paragraph 40, and the first of them would appear to be the 3rd of November 2015. Do you see that?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
What was Ms Reid's role in relation to this process?
She was generally the decision maker, so if something came up in a meeting that we weren't sure of the answer, then we would refer that to Julie Reid and she would make a decision.
Yes. And you've already told us that you provided her with the minutes to keep her in the loop about the issues that were arising. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Ms Hoysler earlier told us, and Ms Musico agreed, that they both thought that the meetings were going well, they were a good process. Do you agree with that?
I do.
All right. Now, we know that shortly after the first meeting, or in fact 6 days after the first meeting, an email was sent to Ms Hoysler by Julie Reid. I'd ask that tab 177 be brought up. It's an email dated the 9th of November.
I have it.
Thank you. Do you want to just take a moment to have a look at that, please, Ms Jones?
Okay.
You'll see that you were copied into the email. Do you see that in the top, in the CC column?
Yes, I do.
All right. Did Ms Reid consult with you before sending this email to Ms Hoysler?
I don't think so.
Do you see in the second paragraph, we do not have a policy per se on our website. However, it has clearly been explained to you on numerous occasions that by covertly filming in a resident's room, you would be seriously breaching multiple acts, including but not exclusive to the Aged Care Act and the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's not a friendly email, is it, Ms Jones?
No. Bit formal.
Okay. It's a bit more than formal, isn't it?
I would call it formal.
Okay. Would you agree that it wasn't really of assistance to you in your genuine attempts to build the relationship with Ms Hoysler?
No, probably not.
No. Would you go so far as to say it was to the opposite effect, wasn't it? It was likely to undermine your attempts at building the relationship?
I guess it wouldn't have helped.
No. Do you think it would have been preferable if Ms Reid had consulted with you before sending it?
For what purpose?
Well, to check with you whether you thought it would be a good idea, given what you were trying to do in the meetings.
I guess so, yes.
Yep. There was a second letter to similar effect sent on the 9th of December. I'll take you to it if need be. It's slightly different, but in perhaps a more stern tone. Would you like to see it before I ask you about it?
Yes, please.
All right, it's at tab 72.
I have it.
Yep. And if you just take a moment to read that to yourself, please, Ms Jones. Do you see in the third last paragraph, Ms Reid wrote, "It is unlawful for you to keep our staff under surveillance without their permission with the intention to cause our staff serious apprehension or fear. Stalking is an offence that carries serious penalties." Do you see that?
I do.
Once again, did Ms Reid consult with you before sending this letter to Ms Heusler?
No.
I suggest to you that this letter, even more than the earlier one, was spectacularly unhelpful in your attempts to build the relationship with Ms Heusler. What do you say to that, Ms Jones?
I would probably agree with that.
Yep. What's the Commission to make of this, Ms Jones? It's like there were two processes operating simultaneously. Ms Reid having one sort of relationship with Ms Heusler, which was characterised by this correspondence, and on the other hand, you're genuinely trying to build a relationship aimed at improving the care experience. Are you able to explain that? Because from our perspective, it seems most curious.
I can't explain that. I don't have a lot of knowledge of what was happening from Julie's perspective.
I understand that. You've already told us you weren't consulted about this correspondence. I want to ask about one last issue on this topic, and it concerns the question of the tension that existed in the relationship between Ms Heusler and some of the caring staff at Mitcham. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Do you recall that one of the issues that kept coming up at the meetings was Nolene saying that she was having difficulty getting on with the carers, they had nicknames about her, and they felt intimidated by her constant presence at the facility. Does that ring a bell?
It does.
Yeah. And at the heart of that issue, I suggest to you, was that the caring staff were never really told clearly what had happened in early September 2015 that had led to Corey Lucas being dismissed from his employment. You're nodding. I think you'd like to say something for the transcript, please, Ms Jones.
Yes, I know that that's true, yes.
Yeah.
They weren't told.
And that was being raised both by Ms Heusler at these meetings and by her representative from the Aged Care Advocacy Service. Do you recall that?
I do.
Yeah. And the minutes record you saying, look, we'll need to go back to Julie Reid about that. Do you remember telling Ms Heusler that was a matter for Ms Reid to determine?
Yes.
Yeah. And without taking you to the minutes, but I can if need be, the information that you conveyed back was that Ms Reid was quite content with the status quo, that is, with the staff not knowing about the assault and about the reason why Mr Lucas had been dismissed.
I'm not sure that's the exact wording, but yes, basically that's what was said, yes.
Yeah. Did you talk to Ms Reid about that at this time?
Not that I can recall.
You understood the point that was being made by Ms Heusler and her representative, didn't you, that if the staff knew, then that could put the relationship between Nolene and the staff on a better basis?
Yes,
Yeah.
I understood what she was saying, yes.
Yeah. Did you agree with that?
I felt that, and this is only my opinion,
Sure.
that it may have been better to tell them, because some of them seemed to know that something had happened anyway.
Yes, and better that they had the correct information rather than it being based on rumours, correct?
True.
And did you advocate that position to Ms Reid and try and change her mind about the position that she had taken?
Look, I may have had a conversation with her, but in the end, Julie made the decisions.
Yep. She was not for turning. Is that what you're telling us, Ms Jones?
She was strong. Her decisions stood.
Yep. I'll ask you about another topic briefly, if I could. I wonder if you could have a look, please, at tab 68. It's an email chain with the number 5670 in the top right-hand corner.
Yes.
And if we could start on the second page, which ends 5671, as with any email chain, we need to read it in reverse. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you'll see that it starts with an email to you from Facility Manager Mitchum. That's Ms Musico, is it not?
Yes.
And it was on the 3rd of December 2015, and the subject was Clarence Heusler sling lifter transfers. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Ms Musico wrote to you, see progress note entry by the physio for Clarence Heusler. I will call you shortly about this and another issue. You see that?
Yes.
Do you
Yes,
remember?
I do.
Do you remember this email exchange or this topic?
Yes.
You do.
Yes, I do.
All right. If we go back to page 1, there's a further email shortly after this one, once again from Ms Musico to you, same topic, and you see she says, hi, spoke with Julie, no sling underneath, they can lay the chair back and roll him to get it into position, and I need to speak to Will, he is not to document that. And it goes on. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Just to understand this, the reference to Will was a reference to a physiotherapist that was doing some work at Mitchum, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And the reference that Ms Musico made to a progress note, can you have a look please at tab 67, which ends in 5663 and it's headed Total Care Progress Notes?
Yes, I have it.
Yep. Is that the progress note that this email exchange was about?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And you'll see it's dated the previous day, 2nd of December 15.
Yes.
And then if you look, I won't ask you to read all of it, but the fourth last line, I can't read the first word, and then there's an oblique line and then recommend Clary to have a sling left in position. Do you see that?
Yes.
That was the issue, wasn't it? The recommendation about the sling being left in position.
That's right.
Okay. If you go back to the email, and I'll make sure you've got it in front of you, this is the email exchange between yourself and Ms Musico on the 3rd of December. Do you see
Yes.
about halfway down the page, you're responding at 10:23am to Ms Musico?
Yes.
And you say, yep, that's what I thought she would say. That's the she there is Ms Reid.
Yes.
Yep. So you'd anticipated what Ms Reid would say, and you wrote, is it possible to remove his note? Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you mean, is it possible to remove his note?
The physio has written the note with the perspective of protecting staff by not having to put a sling in and out every time they use it.
Yes.
I knew that Julie would not agree with that because it's a risk to the resident to have the sling under him all the time. Slings are bulky, they have hardware, they have Velcro, and they tend to bunch up underneath residents and cause greater risk of pressure injuries.
All right.
So I knew that Julie was probably going to say that. We didn't want the note to be left in case staff followed the directive.
Well, firstly, it's not a directive, it's a recommendation, isn't it, Ms Jones?
Well, it is written as a recommendation, but that doesn't mean that staff don't read it and take it as a directive.
Just so that I can understand this was the physiotherapist exercising his professional judgment, writing a note in the progress notes maintained by Mitchum, is that right? a note that had been written by an independent professional physiotherapist in the progress notes?
No, look, it probably would have been wiser to cross it through and write that it was in error or something along those lines, but it would have had the same effect.
Yeah, but it was a matter for the physiotherapist to decide whether it was in error, wasn't it? Not for you.
Yes, but physios work in consultation with the staff. He was probably responding to care staff saying that it was difficult to get the sling in and out. Could we leave it under Mr. Häusler? I'm speculating.
Yes.
That's what happens.
All right. I'll ask you about another topic, if I could, please, Ms. Jones. This concerns an application for guardianship that was made by Ms. Häusler to the South Australian Civil and Administrative Tribunal. Do you recall
Yes.
that occurring? And in fairness
I
to
do.
you, you deal with this in paragraph 39 of your statement, if it's of assistance for you to see what you said. In paragraph 39, you wrote, you refer to what Ms. Häusler said about this topic in her statement. And you said this, and I quote, "I attended the hearing for a short period of time at the request of Ms. Julie Reid. I recall that Ms. Reid was not available to attend the hearing on that day and asked me to do so in her place." Do you see that?
Yes.
The suggestion you seem to be making there, I suggest to you, Ms. Jones, is that you were just warming the seat for Ms. Reid because she couldn't get there. Is that what we're to understand by that line?
Well, I probably wouldn't put it that way, but I knew that the SACAT hearing was scheduled, but I had never been asked to attend. And on the day of the hearing, I received a phone call from the solicitor who was attending for ACSAG, asking if someone from ACSAG was coming. So I rang Julie and she said, I think it had slipped her mind, and she asked if I could attend. So I did, but because I had to travel a distance, I missed most of it, and I think I was there for maybe 10, 15 minutes at most. So I didn't have any real impact on the meeting at all.
So you're telling us, are you, that your first involvement in this issue was a phone call the day before the hearing from the solicitors?
The day of the hearing.
The day of the hearing?
The day of the hearing.
I see. And what was that date? Do you know, Ms. Jones?
The day of the hearing?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
Okay. Ms. Häusler's evidence is that it was the 26th of March 2016. Does that assist you?
21st.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. The 21st of March. Does that sound right to you? If you're not sure, I'm not asking you to guess.
I'm not sure. I don't
Okay.
remember the date.
All right. You'd had quite a bit of involvement in this issue prior to that date, I suggest to you. Do you recall that now?
In the guardianship hearing?
Yes.
No.
You've been given some work to do by Ms. Reid, hadn't you, Ms. Jones, in relation to this application?
She had only asked that I read through the notes and see if there was any notes that would indicate that Nolene was putting her father at risk by herself. So I did that. I sent some notes through. There wasn't a great deal.
No. But your first involvement wasn't the day of the hearing when you got the phone call from the solicitor, was it, Ms. Jones?
Well, not in the actual hearing, no. That was my only involvement prior to reading through some notes.
Yeah. Can you have a look at tab 91 for us, please, Ms. Jones? It's an email dated the 2nd of March 2016 from Julie Reid to you.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Häusler, before I take you to that, Ms. Häusler's evidence about this topic is that the reason she was applying for guardianship of her father was to enable her properly to make a complaint to the Aged Care Complaints Commission. Did you understand do you understand that's what lay behind the application that she was making to become her father's guardian?
I think I was only aware of that at the hearing. They made reference to that at the hearing.
Did Ms Reid tell you something else about the basis for the guardianship application?
I don't think she told me what the basis was.
Okay. So she asked you to look for notes, did she? To look through the notes. Is that what Ms Reid had asked you to do?
Yes, she did. I vaguely remember that Julie said something about Nolene looking to have medical power of attorney with special powers, but I don't know what special powers referred to or what that meant.
I see.
Not something I've heard of before.
But it was clear to you, wasn't it, that Ms Reid wanted that not to happen? She wanted it to stop, didn't she? She wanted Nolene to be unsuccessful in her application. Did you understand that?
She did. I do understand that, though she didn't actually voice that to me.
No. And she was asking you to find some evidence that would support her quest to undermine Nolene's application for guardianship. That's the gist of it, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it's how it looks, it's how it is, isn't it, Ms Jones?
I don't know.
I suggest you do know. And the reason you said it's how it looks is because that's how it is and that's how it was. Do you agree?
I can't speak for...
Okay. I'm asking you what your understanding was, Ms Jones. You get that, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
I understand. Look, I understand what you're saying, and yes, when you read this, it says perhaps Julie didn't want Nolene to have any special powers or whatever they were.
I see. Because you wrote to Julie, and I quote, "I've attached a few notes I've located as evidence that Nolene puts Clary at risk by her actions." Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And so that's what Ms Reid had asked you to do, is it? To find some evidence that Nolene Heusler was putting her father at risk by what? Her conduct, visiting him. Is that right?
No, it was more to do with manual handling. Clary was a two-person transfer, so two staff always must attend him, and Nolene would reposition him herself. We had discussed it with her and recommended that she not do it because she was putting herself at risk as well as Clary. But she said that that was her right and she would continue.
Ms Jones, your reference here is only to her conduct that puts Clary at risk, isn't it?
Yes, but it also puts herself at risk.
But that's not what's said in the email, is it?
No.
Can you read the next line in your email, please? After the word actions.
There is not as many as I'd hoped, unfortunately. I've also attached a bit of a summary of each and hope this is of some value.
What did you mean, unfortunately?
Because Julie was hoping for more.
More evidence?
I was hoping...
She was looking... Sorry, go on.
She wanted some evidence that Nolene's actions were putting Clary at risk, and
yes.
I was only able to find a few things.
Right, and so you couldn't do the job that she had set for you to the standard that she was expecting. Is that the reading of unfortunately?
Yes, I thought there would be more than there was, and there wasn't.
I see. It's hardly unfortunate, is there, that there wasn't much evidence that Nolene Heusler was putting...
I guess it's unfortunate for Julie.
Unfortunate for Julie's quest.
Yes.
But not unfortunate for the care of Mr Heusler.
No.
No. I suggest to you what this email demonstrates, Ms Jones, is by the 2nd of March 2016, there was something of a war going on between Ms Reid and Ms Heusler, and that Clary's interests were almost irrelevant. What do you say to that?
I don't think that's true.
I see. She responded, "Thanks, Di, every bit helps." Do you see that at the top of the page?
I do.
Yeah. And she meant by that it helps in achieving the ends that she was trying to achieve. Is that right?
I guess so.
Yep. And it wasn't about improving the care of Clary Heusler, was it?
Well, I guess that depends. If you thought that Nolene was putting him at risk, then it was about improving his care.
I see. Now, final topic I want to... Sorry, I'll withdraw that. Just before I leave that topic, could you look at tab 85, please, which is an email exchange between another email exchange between yourself and Ms. Musico. Do you have that in front of you? It's the email date at the top is 17 February 2016.
Yes,
Do you see that?
I do.
We start at the bottom of the page. It's an email from Ms. Musico to Ms. Reid, copying you in. Do you see that?
Yes.
An in-Heusler podiatry complaint. And this was an issue. Yeah, sorry. Good grief. I felt a moment of sympathy for Nolene yesterday. What was I thinking? No one is safe from this woman. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. That's a very unfortunate thing to have written in an email, isn't it, Ms. Jones?
It probably wasn't wise.
Yeah.
This was a very stressful time, and Rachel and I would talk to each other to vent. And I guess that was just a moment of venting.
Yes.
There's no malice in there.
And Rachel's response is at the top of the page, isn't it? My thoughts exactly, exclamation mark, watching my back. Do you see that?
Yeah.
More venting?
You'd have to ask Rachel, I would say so.
Yeah, it's not consistent, is it, with building good relationship with Nolene Heusler in the interests of looking after her father who'd been assaulted several times, is it?
Oh no, but I guess everyone says things that they regret at times.
Yes, I suspect that other things were said along similar lines but not recorded in emails between you. Is that the case?
I can't recall exactly.
Oh, bet you can, Ms. Jones. Last question I want to ask you, last topic I want to ask you about, Ms. Jones, concerns a complaint that Ms. Heusler made after her father's death on the 1st of January 2017. And just for the record, the complaint, because there are several, is X17/006439. And I don't expect that to mean much to you, Ms. Jones, but do you recall being involved in discussions with Mr. Woodley and others about how Japara would respond to certain complaints that have been made by Ms. Heusler after her father's death?
In January?
Well, actually, yes, in early 2017.
Quite possibly, I'm not sure.
All right. Once again, I don't want you to guess. I suggest to you that the documentary evidence before the Commission, and if you need to see it, I can certainly arrange for that. But Mrs. Heusler made a complaint where she raised 11 issues for consideration by the Aged Care Complaints Commission. And one of them was about whether or not there was a phone number for an emergency paramedic service that was able to be located at the nurses' station. Does that ring a bell for you, Ms. Jones?
Yes, yeah. Yes, I do remember, yes.
And the evidence the Commission's heard was this is about an incident on the 13th of December 2016 where a nurse at Mitcham had been apparently unable to locate the telephone number for the emergency paramedic service. You understand that's what was at the heart of this aspect of the complaint?
Yes.
Yeah. And you understood that when the Aged Care Complaints Commission wrote to Japara asking for its response to Nolene's complaint about that issue, that what they wanted to know was whether or not this phone number was in fact available on the night in question in the nurses' station. You understand that's what this was about, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And you understood that they wanted to establish whether the information was available but not found by the nurse, which is one scenario, or alternatively the information was not available at all. That's what you understood they were trying to sort out, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. Now, we know that the letter responding to the inquiry from the Commission came from a gentleman who I think by this time was probably your boss, Mr. Woodley. Were you answering to Mr. Woodley in early 2017?
Yes, I think so.
All right. If you could have a look, please, at tab 144.
Yes, I have it.
Do you have that? This is an email chain between yourself and Mr. Woodley. Do you have that?
Was between Mr. Woodley and Rachel Musico.
Yes, and at some points you. Do you see at the bottom?
CC to me.
Yeah,
Yep.
see at the bottom of the page.
Yep.
The first, and you, I stand corrected, Ms. Jones. The first email in this chain was from Mr. Woodley to yourself and Ms. Musico, subject contact list. Do you see that at the bottom of the page?
Yes.
And what Mr. Woodley has done, I suggest, is set out precisely what it is that was the issue that was being investigated. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Concerned that the service could not locate the contact details for the extended care paramedic on 13 December 2016.
Yes.
Yep. And if you go to the second page, I suggest to you that Mr. Woodley had set out a proposed response to that inquiry. Is that how we're to understand this email?
Yes, that's how it looks.
And then underneath his proposed response, and the response is in the present tense, isn't it? The extended care paramedic phone number is on the Home's list of contact numbers. Do you see that?
Yes.
It doesn't deal with what you understood to be the issue that was being investigated, and that is, was it there back in December of 2016? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Woodley asked you and Ms. Musico, do we have evidence that it was listed somewhere on the day? Do you see he asked you that?
Yes.
And he wrote, if not, add it to the contact list now. We are only saying it is emphasised on the list, not was. Do you see that?
I do.
Yep. And you understood, didn't you, that what Mr. Woodley was doing there was essentially ducking the question and answering a different one. You understood that's what that email was about, didn't you?
Again, I can't second guess what Stuart was thinking, but sometimes when we write responses to the department from a complaint, we identify what the gap was and then we say what we've done to fix it.
Sure.
And it may be that that is where he was heading with that response.
Jumping to the second part, not worrying too much about the first one. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay. What are you saying?
What I'm saying is I don't know what his motivation was or his intent, but my guess would be that he was trying to show the department that we have addressed any issue with the phone book contact list.
Yep. I suggest to you that what he was doing, and you well understood this, was avoiding the difficult question, knowing that it wasn't there at the time, and answering a different one by making sure it's there now and answering in the present tense. You understood that's what was going on here, didn't you, Ms. Jones?
No.
Okay.
That's not my understanding. And I don't know if the phone number was on the list or not. At the time.
Okay. You were party to the next communications, I see. If you scroll up that page, you'll see that there was an email from Ms. Musico to Mr. Woodley asking, do you have the contact list still open? I can't update. You see that?
Yes, yep.
And top of the page, he responded, closed. Can you add non-emergency ambulance and police too? Regards, Stu. Do you see that?
I do.
What did, if you don't know the answer, I don't want you to guess, but what did Ms Musico mean when she asked, do you have the contact list still open? Does that mean anything to you?
If Stuart had the contact list open on his computer, she would only get a read-only copy and she wouldn't be able to alter it.
Oh, I see.
So I think that's what she was saying.
But that exchange makes it pretty clear, doesn't it, that the number wasn't there as at 20 February 2017. Do you agree with that?
I don't know.
Well, there'd be no need to update it if it was there, would there, Ms Jones?
Possibly not.
Excuse me. That concludes the questions of Ms Jones. Commissioners, do you have any questions for her? Commissioner Briggs?
Hello, Ms Jones. It's generally the case that when new people come into work in an organisation, they can have quite a significant impact on that organisation. You and Ms Musico were both very new to the organisation at the time, at least the first incident and then the second one occurred. Why is it that you so quickly fell into line with the predominant approach of the organisation and didn't flag that there were in fact serious problems here that needed to be addressed?
We were trying to address those problems on the floor at the facility by communicating with Nolene and trying to address any concerns that she might have. I don't think I fell into line with any kind of poor culture we were trying to address issues at the facility with Nolene.
How effective were the feedback loops available to staff within the organisation to initiate changes and quality improvements?
I can't tell you exactly how effective they were. I guess in some areas they were more effective than others. Staff certainly had the opportunity to give feedback. We had written processes for them to offer suggestions or make complaints, and the facilities had staff meetings quite regularly where staff could talk to the managers and offer suggestions or give feedback. I guess things can always improve, but I do think those processes were in place.
How effective were the processes around whistleblower behaviour?
I'm not aware of any concerns where any whistleblowers had any negative impact.
Is it the case that you were largely instructed what to do and then complied with those instructions rather than taking more seriously the responsibilities of your position?
I did follow directions, but I wouldn't follow a direction that I knew was a breach of legislation or would put residents at risk.
Thank you.
Anything arising out of that?
No, there isn't, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your evidence, Ms Jones. You're excused from further attendance, and we'll now break the link to Adelaide.
I note the time, Commissioners. We have at least one more witness available this afternoon, Ms Reid.
Sit on.
Would it be appropriate to have a brief break before call here? I'm entirely in your hands and happy to proceed now.
Yes, all right. We'll have a 5-minute break.
Commissioner, please.
All stand. The Commissioner is now adjourned.
What do you mean?
It's got to be
Please be seated.
Yes, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you, Commissioners. I call Julie Elizabeth Reid.
Yes.
I swear.
I swear.
By Almighty God.
By Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Will be the truth.
Will be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Ms. Reid, is your full name Julie Elizabeth Reid?
Yes, it is.
And did you make a statement dated the 12th of June 2019, which is WIT, I'm sorry to talk over you, WIT.0228.001.001. You'll see that on the screen in front of you.
Yes.
Is that a copy of the statement that you made to the Commission?
Yes, it is.
And have you had an opportunity to read through that statement before giving evidence today?
I have.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct?
I do need to make one amendment.
Please tell me where.
And that is at sorry, I haven't got it right here.
Do you know what it is, Michael? We might be able to assist you from here, Ms. Reid. 75. Apparently it's paragraph 75. Ms. Reid, you haven't been in the hearing room during the course of today before coming in to give your evidence now, have you?
No, I have not.
Right. Have you spoken to Ms. Musico about any of the evidence that she gave?
No, not really.
Well, what does not really mean? You did talk to her or not?
No, she was upset when she came in to the waiting room and she was just crying for a bit. That was it.
Without wanting to pry into that very personal relationship, are you saying that you just consoled her about
That's
the
right.
experience? All right. Didn't discuss the contents of her evidence? Thank you. And I take it you haven't had any opportunity to speak to Ms. Jones about any of the evidence that she's given to us? Well, thank you. Now, Ms. Reid, you have been a registered nurse since 1970?
I was a student nurse in 1970. My registration began in 1978.
78?
Yep.
My apology. And you've worked in aged care since 1980, or you're now retired, I think, is that right?
I am retired and I did work until 1980. Oh, sorry.
From 1980?
From 1980.
Yes.
It's until a bit stressful sometimes sitting here.
Yes, yes. And you retired when? In 2017, is that right?
Very early 2017, January.
So that period 1980 to 2017 you worked in aged care and you've held very senior positions, including as a Director of Nursing?
That's correct.
Yep. And also as the Director of Aged Care Services, which was the role you had with Japara?
That's correct.
You worked with Japara from the beginning, from 2005, when the organisation was established by Mr. Sudholz, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And did you know him before that time?
No, I did not.
All right. In your time with Japara, you were part of the executive leadership team, is that right?
Yes.
And that reported to the board of directors?
Yes.
And in your individual capacity, you reported directly to Mr. Sudholz, the CEO?
Yes, I did.
All right. In your statement, you set out at paragraph 18, and please look at that if it assists you in answering my questions. You set out a number of roles, number of tasks that you were required to perform in your role at Japara. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I just want to ask you about two of those. Firstly, you see paragraph K down at the bottom?
Yes, I do.
Part of your responsibility was managing complaints both internally and externally in consultation with facility managers and the quality team. Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And as you understood it, what did managing complaints mean?
Well, what that meant was that complaints were dealt with mainly at the facility level, but if there were complex complaints, they would come to me and I would advise and tell people what might need to be done to resolve the complaint. And I did look at complaints virtually on a monthly basis as they came in monthly reports too.
They were the reports that came in from the facility managers, is that right?
That's correct.
Right. And in fulfilling that function, that is the management of complaints, you worked together with quality managers such as Diane Jones, is that right?
Yes.
And also facility managers such as Rachel Musico.
Yes, I did.
They both answered to you, either directly or indirectly, in relation to this function, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, Japara, as we know, took over the Mitcham facility in 2014. That's your recollection, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yep. And one of the issues that has been raised with the Commission by Ms Heusler, as you know, is what happened to the staffing upon Japara taking over. You're aware that's one of the matters that she's raised in her evidence?
I am aware of that.
Yep. And you deal with this issue at paragraph 25 of your statement. Do you see that on page 4?
There was a registered nurse 24/7 on duty, and during Monday to Friday there was, to the best of my recollection, there was the other RN who was doing ACFI and other work on care plans and things like that, and then there were 2 registered nurses who were quality managers at the facility.
Quality managers who worked at the facility?
They were stationed there fairly regularly, probably nearly every day.
I see. But they weren't working as nurses, were they, the quality
Not on the
managers?
floor delivering personal care or clinical care.
No. And nor was the facility manager doing that, despite the fact that she was also a nurse?
That's correct.
All right. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but am I understanding you to be saying that when this nurse that you're referring to left,
that halved the number of nurses that were performing those clinical care roles? In other words, it went from 2 to 1? Is that what you're saying?
We had an EEN on as well, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So when you say registered nurse, I interpreted that as a registered nurse, not the EEN.
Yes.
So there was an EEN on as well.
Right. But just so that this is clear, when that nurse left, there was just the one nurse on call 24/7 performing nursing duties. Am I understanding you correctly?
With access to the other nurses, like the quality managers and that were on site.
Yes. Okay. Now, I suggest to you that one of the things you'd learnt in the 35 years or so working in aged care by 2015 was that relationships between staff and residents were key to the successful delivery of quality aged care services.
That is correct.
Yep. And not only are relationships between staff and residents vital, but relationships between staff and residents' families are also very important to the delivery of quality aged care. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Yeah. It's something you deal with, in fairness to you, in your statement at paragraph 43, if you need to see it. I don't need to take you to it. Do you agree that central to the building of such relationships is the display of honesty and integrity by staff members in their dealings with residents and family members?
Yes, I do.
They're values that are identified expressly in the staff handbook, which bore your name on the front page, are they not, Ms. Reid?
Yes, they are.
Yep. There were 5 stated values of Japara, weren't there, set out in the staff handbook?
Yes, there were in the vision and mission.
Yeah. And one of them was honesty and another was integrity. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with that.
And I think that, I withdraw that. I suggest that as part of the inductions that staff members received, those values would have been drawn to their attention. Is that right?
Yes, they were.
Were you involved in delivering induction training to quality managers such as Ms Jones?
Yes, I've just got to think back to that one because I met with Ms Jones when she first started, I think, the first day.
Yes.
And then the other quality managers would induct her.
I see. Clary Houser, as you knew, had been at Mitcham since 2002. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
He would have made him one of the oldest residents there, one of the most long-standing residents, I mean, at the facility.
Yes, it would.
Right. Before the formal complaint that she made, which I'll come to in a moment, you understood that Nolene Heusler, his daughter, regularly visited him?
Yes, I did understand that.
Yep. And that's not always the case in aged care, is it, that a resident is fortunate enough to have family members who regularly visit?
Not always.
No. But where they do, I think you've already agreed that building good relationships with such family members is important.
That's correct.
Right. I want to ask you about a written complaint that Nolene Heusler made on the 2nd of September 2015. It's in our document system here as tab 39, which I'll ask be brought up, please. You'll see it on the screen in front of you as it's brought up. Do you see that there?
Yes, it's not a very good copy.
I'm not sure if we can make it any better. Would you be assisted by having a hard copy in front of you? Do we have a redacted hard copy? No. Is that better, being made a little bit bigger for you to read, Ms Reid?
Yep. It's very faint, but I'll try hard.
All right. You understand the black boxes are where people's personal details have been blacked out. That wasn't how it looked when it was provided. You understand that?
No, not at all.
Right. This complaint was initially provided in written form to the facility manager at Mitcham, was it not?
It was provided to one of the registered nurses.
Yes.
Who provided it to one of our quality managers through the lockbox system.
I see. And you've had cause to look again at this document as part of preparing your evidence in this Royal Commission, I take it?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. In fact, you attach to your statement, don't you, the series of emails surrounding this complaint being made?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. And you were provided with a copy of this complaint shortly after it was made, were you not?
This complaint was sent to me with an email and
Yes.
I did not receive it till the 4th of September 2015.
And it was provided to you under cover of an email by Kim Keevans, was it not?
Yes, it was.
I'm told there might be a better copy of it. Perhaps if tab 21 could be brought up, please. Is that a bit easier to read, Ms. Reid?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. And you would have noticed when you read it that Ms. Heusler wrote that the agency nurse who was attending to her father repositioned him by herself by wrenching his right arm. Do you see that about 5 lines down?
Yes, I do.
In the main body,
Yes.
wrenching his arm. You would have seen that she also made reference to jerked his head sideways. Do you see?
Yes, I see that.
Yes. And pushed his head back and hyperextended his head. Do you see those? They're being highlighted for you.
Yes, I can see that.
And there is a reference to him being in an extremely compromised position whilst he was being fed 2 lines further down. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What was being described in that complaint was obviously enough the use of force by the agency nurse in relation to Mr. Heusler. Do you agree with that?
I would be concerned about the way she had interacted with him, yes, by reading that.
All right, I'm not sure that you've answered my question. Perhaps if I can just clarify. It's clear that expressions like wrenching his right arm, hyperextending his head, extremely compromised position, what's being described there is the use of force by the carer. Do you agree?
I would agree that it would suggest that.
And you'd also agree with me, wouldn't you, that any use of force in those circumstances, achieving those outcomes, hyperextending the head, extremely compromised position, that's force that's unreasonable, is it not?
I think when you read a document like this and the person who submitted it has observed the behaviour, that it would be a good idea to speak with that person around what they actually did observe and what it meant.
We'll come to that investigation in a moment, but for the moment I just wonder if you could answer my question. You've agreed with me that the references in the complaint are to references of the use of force, and my question's a simple one. Do you agree that it was unreasonable, the unreasonable use of force? or perhaps I'll put it another way for you, would it ever be reasonable, in your view, to do those things to an elderly resident in your nursing home, particularly one as frail as Mr. Heusler?
It's not reasonable to move someone inappropriately or position them inappropriately.
And that means, therefore, that this was the unreasonable use of force, wasn't it, Ms. Reid?
As I said, it's unreasonable to position people in that manner, and it does suggest some force, but whether it was unreasonable or not has to be checked with the person that's observed this and reported it.
So you think without doing that you couldn't conclude whether or not this was reasonable or unreasonable? Is that your evidence?
So this letter that we received from Ms. Hauser did not reflect what she had reported to us on the 2nd, and we had asked her to put it in writing. So when we got it, we thought, well, this isn't what was first reported, so we need to check with her what the facts are.
Ms. Reid, this is going to be much quicker if you try and answer my questions, if you could. It's a very simple question.
I'm sorry.
You've agreed with me that it's the use of force. We seem to be a bit stuck on whether it was unreasonable or reasonable. Your evidence ultimately is this, is that without asking some questions of Ms. Heusler, you couldn't reach a conclusion about that? Is that what you're telling the Commission?
Well, I think it's not reasonable to move people like that. It is unreasonable to move them like that.
Yep. And if it was a use of force and unreasonable, you know that under the Aged Care Act it was reportable, wasn't it? It was a mandatory report situation.
If it was, we have the right to investigate the incident and then make a decision around whether it is unreasonable or not. So that is why we would still confer with Ms. Hauser, who witnessed this.
Did you do that?
Yes, Narelle Wood conferred with her about it, and Ms. Hauser told her that it was poor manual handling and that she was happy to ring the agency to speak about it, to explain it.
When did you speak to Ms. Wood about that?
On the Friday, which would have been the day that I received this in the morning.
That's Friday the 6th of...
Friday the 4th.
Monday was the 2nd, Tuesday the 3rd, Friday was the 6th of September, was it not, Ms. Reid?
Well, it must have been, I'm sorry, I thought that the Friday was the 5th, but it must have been, it was the 4th when I received it.
It was the 4th.
I spoke to her.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Thursday was the 3rd, my apology. Friday was the 4th. You're saying you spoke to Ms. Wood on the 4th, did you?
Yes, I did.
You received the complaint on the 3rd, didn't you? The Thursday.
No, it was sent to me and I didn't receive it until the 4th.
Could you have a look at tab 38, please? Which will be right up on the screen for you.
Yes.
That's how you got the complaint, wasn't it? In an email from Ms. Keevers.
I did.
Are you saying it came late on the Thursday but you didn't actually see it till the Friday? Is that your evidence?
That's correct, because Ms. Keevers rang me before I even saw this email early on the Friday to draw my attention to it.
She attached a draft letter, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Seeking your approval to send to Ms. Heusler in response. Is that right?
Yes, she did.
And in her email, you'll see that she was asking you two things, wasn't she? Firstly, whether you considered it to be reportable. Is that right?
That's correct.
And secondly, whether you were happy for the letter to be sent.
It was common practice for the person, the quality manager or the facility manager,
Yes.
if they did a letter to anyone, to send that letter to me to look at and make sure that it was all right to go out.
Try, if you can, please, Ms. Radin. I don't want to be rude, but just try and listen to my question. I'm not asking whether it was common practice. I'm just asking you to confirm that that's what you were being asked in this email, to vet the letter and give approval for it to be sent. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. And in relation to the first issue, whether or not it was Ms. Keevers wrote, and this is in the third paragraph, I've only read this complaint letter tonight. It's rough handling, but I don't like two-word wrenching him. Perhaps the word two was meant to be the. Perhaps that should read, I don't like the word wrenching him. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And what she was saying to you is that if it was rough handling, whatever that might mean, I'll ask you in a moment, the word wrenching made it a particularly rough form of rough handling. Do you agree with that?
You would think that.
Yeah, and that's what she was getting at there, isn't it? That
Yes.
it's on the edge of rough handling.
Yes.
What does rough handling mean at Japara, by the way?
If a staff member attends a resident who needs two people to attend them and they do that on their own, then that's rough handling.
And that's not reportable. Is that the point?
Rough handling's not a reportable assault. Is that, am I understanding the distinction?
Not necessarily, because if a staff member moved a resident in the bed on their own with a slide sheet, I would still consider that rough handling because they've done it on their own. But if they move people around and do things like that, I still consider that rough handling. If they were worse than that, then, you know, there's degrees of rough handling, is what I'm trying to say.
There's no suggestion of this being movement on a slide sheet, was there?
No.
No. What I'm trying to understand is this dichotomy between rough handling and reportable assaults. That's really at the heart of this communication, isn't it? If we can categorise it as rough handling, we don't have to report it. Is that right? Were they the rules at Japara as you understood it?
No, not at all.
So why the question of whether it was merely rough handling in this email?
Well, inappropriate manual handling of a resident, you would not be reporting that as a compulsory report.
But was this inappropriate manual handling of a resident? Wrenching the arm, hyperextending the head?
Well, that's why we spoke to Ms Hausler about it, to get the full picture.
And then you say, based on what Ms Hausler said to Ms Wood, it confirmed that it wasn't reportable. Is that your evidence?
Well, yes, it is actually. Yes.
Well, it was your decision ultimately, wasn't it?
And it was my decision.
Yeah, and you stand by that as you sit there in the witness box.
I do stand by the decision.
I want to ask you something that Mr. Sootholz says on this subject of rough handling, and I'll quote you from paragraph 60 of his statement, which perhaps should be brought up, wit.0229.0001.0001. It's paragraph 60, so it's at page 0010. Just wait while that comes up. I'll just read it to you while it's coming up, Ms. Reid, and you tell us if you need to see it in front of you. Mr. Sootholz was being asked about his understanding of rough handling, and he said this, and I quote, "Any allegation or suspicion of rough handling is to be dealt with in accordance with Japara's incident reporting procedure. Any incidents of rough handling are subject to monitoring and review in accordance with the incident reporting procedure. There are no separate criteria applied in distinguishing rough handling from reportable assaults." Do you disagree with that last statement, that there are no criteria to distinguish rough handling from reportable assaults?
This has only just come up here.
Yes.
So where am I looking at that to read it?
That's the paragraph. Perhaps read it to yourself and then tell me if you agree or disagree with what Mr Sootholt says there in the last sentence.
I can't comment on that because I don't know the context of that he was making that statement in.
I see. But you say there is a distinction between rough handling and reportable assaults, don't you? Putting aside what Mr Sootholt says, you see a difference.
There's a difference between reportable assaults and inappropriate manual handling, and it's a common term to call it rough handling.
All right, I think you've answered my question. I'll take you back to Ms Keever's email of the 3rd of September, please. The second last paragraph, wait while that's brought up, that's tab 38, please. Do you see the second last paragraph after the word thanks? It starts, can you vet the response letter and give it the okay to go? Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Ms Keevers wrote this, I have dated it the 5th, so it looks like we thought about it seriously. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you read that when you first saw the email?
Yes, I did. Read it.
Did it concern you?
I think at 9 o'clock at night or whatever it was that this was being written, that it was an unfortunate turn of phrase, really.
It's more than an unfortunate turn of phrase, isn't it, Ms Reid?
I don't really think that that was the intention of Miss Keevers, and I can't answer for her on that. But knowing her, I would say it was an unfortunate turn of phrase.
You met her the next morning?
No, I spoke with her on the telephone.
Did you tick her off for saying in an email that Japara were pretending to have taken seriously such a serious complaint?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No, I did not, because I don't believe that was her intent.
So you would have asked her what her intent was, I suppose?
No, I did not ask her what her intent was, because I believe that she was just meaning that, you know, where Miss Housley would realise that we had looked at it seriously.
No, Miss Reid, what she was saying to you, I suggest, is let's pretend we looked at it seriously by dating it 2 days hence.
I don't believe that's correct, and I would never do that with a letter or a response to anyone, pretend to have looked at it seriously. I did look at it seriously.
Did you direct her to change the date on the draft?
No, I did not.
Why not?
The 5th. Because I posted the letter on the 7th, I think. I didn't make any changes.
I suggest, Ms Reid, that you well understood that what Ms Keevers was saying is to put a date a few days away from today, it looks like we've taken this complaint seriously when we in fact haven't.
I don't agree. I'm sorry. Knowing Miss Keevers, I don't agree with that at all.
Can you suggest an alternative explanation for what she wrote, Ms Reid?
I think you would really have to, but I know Miss Keevers and I know that she would not Are we bringing that email up?
Tab 41, please, operator. That's the email you sent back to Ms Keevers, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you write to her, "Dear Kim, as discussed," you're correct, it's rough handling. And if I can just pause there, in other words, we don't need to report it, correct?
We didn't need to report it because it was inappropriate manual handling.
I see. You maintain that, don't you?
I
That
do.
description of wrenching the arm, hyperextending the head, that's all just inappropriate manual handling. Is that right?
The information that Ms Hausler gave...
Ms Reid, just try and answer my question.
She's trying to answer this.
I am trying to answer your question, with all due respect.
Well, do go on.
The information Ms Hausler gave Ms Wood when she contacted her was that she wasn't happy with the manual handling. She explained that the term wrenching was that the carer had pulled him across, and that she volunteered to ring the agency and tell the agency that that is what she meant. So, based on the fact that Ms Hausler had claimed that she had observed this behaviour with the carer, that she hadn't reported it on the night that she was visiting and observed it. The next day, Ms
I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. Always a bad idea for a man, I think, Ms Reid.
So the part that I got to, and did you hear everything that I said?
I did.
Of November 2016.
Yes. And despite having seen the video, you still maintain this was rough handling and not reportable. Is that right?
That's not what I said. I've seen the video.
Yes.
And what I would say to you is I would have reported that.
Oh, you accept that it was reportable?
I do accept, once having seen the video, that it was reportable.
I see.
But based on the facts that we had at hand and what Ms Hausler had told us, the decision I made was not to report.
Pretty important bit of investigating this matter was to work out how Ms Heusler was in a position to give this description, wasn't it?
Well, she led us to believe that she was in the room.
You just answer my question.
it there. I'm sorry.
Ms Reid, would you stop looking behind questions and trying to be a jump ahead of the questioner? Concentrate on the question and answer it. Many questions you've been asked already can be answered yes or no, but you have branched off in unresponsive ways. Now, there will be other questions where you do need to elaborate more, but would you please concentrate on the questions and answer them?
Yes, Commissioner, I apologise.
Ms Reid, do you think that the way that this complaint was responded to by Japara, and in particular the email you received from Ms Keevers, was consistent with the value of honesty?
Yes, I do.
And do you think it was consistent with the value of integrity?
Yes, I do.
Japara had a procedure in place, didn't it, for investigating critical incidents? Were you aware of that procedure at this time?
Yes.
Can tab 202 please be brought up? Ask a couple of questions about it. That was the incident reporting and investigating procedure, was it not, at this time? That's what Mr Sudholz tells us. That's right, isn't it, Ms Reid?
It's not the one that was in place when I was at the time.
For a moment. I'll come back to that if I need to. Can I just ask you this, Ms Reid? Are you satisfied that what Japara did in response to the complaint of the 2nd of September met the investigation standard that applied in Japara as at that time?
Yes.
Including Ms Heusler not being asked how she was in a position to make the complaint?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be the first step in any investigation, Ms Reid?
Miss Hausler, yes, it would be to ask to speak to people.
Yeah. So how can the investigation have been done without asking that question?
So do I give an respond a yes or no here? Sorry.
Well, you respond as you wish, Ms Reid.
But we received the letter on the late in the evening, and Miss Hausler was contacted the next day to speak to her.
But she was never asked. I think you've agreed with this. She was never asked how she was in a position to make the complaint. In other words, did she see these events or not? Was she?
carefully to consider Ms Heusler's own evidence on this subject at paragraphs 86 of her statement, and that may assist in resolving the ambiguity. The Commissioners, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr Borski.
Thank you, Commissioners. Are you able to assist us at all there, Ms Reid? Is your understanding that in this conversation that you're describing between Ms Heusler questions about the reporting of this issue? It was ultimately reported, wasn't it, on the 27th of November?
Yes, it was, 2015.
Was that your decision to report it?
No, it wasn't.
So when Ms Musico told the Commission that it was, she's wrong? Is she?
Well, she must have made a mistake because on the yes, she is wrong.
Okay. Who decided to report it at Japara?
It wasn't Japara who reported it in the November, it was Miss Hausler who reported it to DSS.
Perhaps for cross purposes. After Ms Hausler reported it, Japara put in a written report about it too, didn't they?
Yes, we were requested to do that by DSS.
So you say that there was no decision as such to report it, it was just compliance with what, a direction from DSS, was it? Is that right?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
I see. And did you look at the report before it was sent in?
No, I did not.
Okay. I want to change to a different topic. I'm conscious of the time, Commissioners. I know there's a desire to finish Ms Reid today.
Well, there is, but there's also a concern about staff and building requirements. How long do you think you've got to go?
It'll be shorter if I have the opportunity to review the transcript and recommence in the morning. I can put it that way. I won't finish. If I continue now, I've got at least 20 minutes, perhaps 25, but in the morning it may well be that I can do it less time than that.
Yes, all right. Well, in that event, I think this may be a convenient time. Ms Reid, I'm sorry that we're not able to complete your evidence this evening, but logistics are going to prevent that. We would expect you to be available, please, at 9:30 tomorrow morning to conclude your evidence. In the meantime, you are, of course, free to discuss that evidence with your legal advisors, but not otherwise.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commission will adjourn until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
The Commission will adjourn until Tuesday, 25 June at 9:30 a.m.